Considering that he wanted to
Yeah,
put in like
I,
five cabins on the top of Red Mountain Pass and already has one and manages one. It's like, well, that's a NIMBY.
Are we on the?
Whoops. Sorry.
oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it is. I mean, that's the truth.
He said it again, he said it again,
It's
said a name.
It's the truth.
No, it's all right. I mean, it's some, it's
just
a relevant discussion.
Yeah,
We should
yeah.
probably wait until we get
Yeah.
into the discussion on it. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I know our road and bridge crews out in County Road 2 trying to do some dust control with it. And blading the road and watering the road and things like that too. It'd be interesting to see what the neighbors thought of it, the road.
The neighbors don't like the blading because it just makes a fine powder and more dust, but I'm not a road guy, so I don't know.
That's, I could barely count me, the neighbors don't like that because it makes a fine powder. Okay, you need to blade the roads, that's
You almost have to.
really ridiculous to even
Yeah.
say that. Makes a fine powder.
Get a washboard.
It
Yeah.
does, I mean, it does when.
Yeah,
when they
it does.
It does create problems for the dust, but that's with the water truck now.
Yeah, that's why they have the water
I
truck.
got
It should be.
Right,
fine,
right.
Okay.
But,
But
okay,
if you
so
have to-
I guess it's, take your pick, you like washboard? Or do you, they
Oh, yeah.
could say that, so.
Yeah, no, every little curve has washboard as you were coming around it, so they got.
I
it
think a
great.
lot, well, we need to get started with, of County Road 2, and I got educated yesterday as I did. But, an education is, we need to educate some folks. To live out of County Road 2.
Well, I like that idea of a combo of grading and water truck, because then all those little rocks that are popped up, with the grading and stuff like that, all get forced down. Anytime we get a rain, the roads just improve so much because of dust and all the rocks, all this big gets pressed back into the road. So if I think we're using it in combo, it makes sense. I'm still not a road guy, but it does make sense to me.
The rain can do some lot of erosion to the rain itself, so they had to blade because of the rain.
Yeah.
Oh, especially on the curve where the mudslide came from. They had to, yeah. Should we start at the beginning?
Let's go ahead. And,
Yeah,
call this meeting to
we went
order
right, we started at the middle, didn't we?
Right, in the bills and warrants, do you guys have any questions or comments there?
I don't.
The second one, the reimbursement for the bunker gear, did that come out of the? Emergency service fund, that little extra fund that's left over each
And
year.
that was in the budget.
And we had discussed it, I just want to make sure that's where it came from, so, no, I think it's great, because it sounds like they need a bunch of bunker gear, and I think it's getting older.
If I remember right, when they requested it, they would cover bunker gear for half the department, and then they would come back for the next year.
Does that include the upgraded oxygen systems?
No.
No.
I
Didn't think
remember
so.
them.
SCBA is a whole
Yeah.
other expense,
Yeah.
and they're expensive.
Yeah.
How much are
And they're
they?
going after, just let you know, the fire department, they're going after grant money for that.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, I
Oh,
bet there's.
Those
grants.
SCBA's are
How much?
huge
They
expensive.
like several thousand?
Yes, they
I
are,
think they go.
each.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, whatever talking, I think Clark said like 100 and some odd thousand.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say. it's
like 10,000 each.
But the units are like, aren't they like 15 years old or something like that, or? 10
Well,
years
some,
old?
some of them are.
Some of them are,
But,
yeah.
but Honeywell is no longer manufacturing or servicing that equipment, so they have to get replaced even if they're not up there like. 10
I see, you
years.
have to go with somebody who is actually doing
And
that.
just like he said, that Scott and the different companies that make them, you have to make sure they're up to date. Like I said, Honeywell, they just dropped out of the market,
Yeah.
You gotta,
Yeah, that doesn't help.
you have to play that game.
Sure.
So,
Well, no, it's money well invested, for sure. Second page, 25262. Was this an assistant for LaDonna?
This was the person who came in, who we hired to run the election. We've had her before.
Okay, was that a budgeted expense?
Yes.
Okay. And then, power equipment, 57,000, I don't remember what that one was.
That was the trailer that
Oh, yeah,
a decade now got delivered.
we budgeted at least that much or more, didn't we?
Yeah.
Okay,
When did that trailer get delivered?
End of June.
Right, I think that, we had commissioners Wednesday night and we talked about it.
Yeah,
I think it came in the next day.
okay,
I think it was, yeah.
all right.
nice.
Super, I will say one thing,
It is
by the last trailer, well, in my lifetime that they need.
Yeah.
I mean,
That thing-
super
that thing-
heavy duty,
That thing should last for decades, shouldn't it?
over,
at least 20 years.
yeah.
It's,
I mean,
it's
probably-
way overbuilt, way over in there. It's, I mean, Louis ordered it correctly.
Nice. Just right below that, Ireland Stapleton April May property transfer, what is that?
That's the, attorney that we hired to help us with the land transfer.
Oh, it's Sunnyside, okay,
Sunnyside property.
all right. Looking back on Road and Bridge, so we did hire, a third person then.
Yeah.
Okay. And, all right, I'll just leave it at that. That's all I got, you guys.
I have one. I just thought of, just in question for, he can easily answer it, the Target rental skid steer rent, is that payment?
That was for, those extra items or whatever.
The extra, sorry, I can.
Okay,
Louis.
Got it.
Yeah, I ran it by Louis, he's okay.
and he was good with that, okay, good enough.
Yeah,
That seemed like that should have been included, I talked to Lonnie on that, that was
Yeah.
a little, right, you probably felt the same way, yeah. Okay, got it.
They kind of surprised me, but apparently Louis ordered it, so.
Any other questions, guys?
That's it for me.
Right.
Make a motion, we approve the bills and warrants for July 10th, 2024.
Second,
All in favor?
I,
All right, meetings from our regular meeting on June 26th, 2024. You guys have any corrections or comments on that?
I didn't, not anything.
All right, I'll looking for a motion to approve the minutes for regular meeting Wednesday, June 26th, 2024.
I'll make a motion,
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to the regular meeting minutes of June 26, 2024.
Second.
All in favor?
I,
Motion passes. All right, we have Kim Buck, for our first appointment. Bevan, did you have a report you wanted to give us really quick? I don't wanna.
I just,
Sorry, Kim.
I was trying to be here for the Chattanooga,
Okay,
and I was reminded I have a 10 o'clock court appointment with that at 10.
okay.
So if there are any questions on that, I went back yesterday to just inspect and see.
I didn't have anything specific for questions, and I don't know if we could even ask him before our public hearing at 10 a.m. So, yeah, so, but I didn't have anything specific, so, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, and if not, they're underway and they were receptive to having, there's no problem there. I think what became more apparent to me was just how challenging that road is gonna be for moving material up there.
It's deep.
Not only steep, but narrow.
Narrow.
It's the narrow that's the problem. It's not as steep as some others, but for some reason, I thought it was wider when I last went through it. I hope they could see the reality of that.
Yeah,
It's,
I know that they're planning on doing some road improvements as well, so. They're talking about rerouting part of the Forest Service Road there.
That doesn't improve the main road that goes up. It's still just gonna be a narrow road and steep. they're talking about, kind of coming back a little ways so they can put a road up to connect to the Forest Service Road. I don't know why they want to connect to that, the thing goes like that, but.
Scott, we probably can't talk about it until 10 a.m.
Why, it's just, no, it's just it's just, that's just an observation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
It's
Yeah.
because we're not in our public hearing
Yeah.
portion of
Okay.
it, we probably can't comment. We can let Bevan comment on it, but we probably can.
Okay,
And
Good point.
I can stay through till before 10, stay for the County Road 2 discussion if that's. I can have any input on that.
Sure.
sure.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Sorry. Thanks, Kim. Sorry. The last time Bevan came to talk to us, he had to run away very quickly.
No, I'm not in a hurry, so all good.
Don't have anything else. Sign that, and pass it on down.
So this is a one-page report that you guys get once a year. And as far as property taxes go, it's the very, very first step of budgeting for 2025. And I don't have an actual presentation. I do have, I brought several things in case you have questions.
It just took me aback when I saw the assessed values of our property, because it wasn't just like 2 or 3 years ago at 44 million, or something like that, 45 million.
Well, so in 2022, it was about 53.5 million, rounded up a little bit.
And even a couple years before that was like stayed at like 44.
It was in the 40s.
Yeah.
Prior to that.
This to me is just an amazing jump.
So
I
it's
mean, it's
actually
realistic.
slightly down from last year, but it is as far as any backfill from losing assessed value, we won't be eligible for any backfill because they're looking at backfill is available if we have lost assessed value since 2022, which we had a big jump.
Which we did not, yeah.
Going forward, there is something on the ballot that would cap increases in property tax revenue at 4%. The current legislation, if it stays in place the way it is, will cap it for local governments at 5.5%. So
Say that again about the 4.4 or the 4%, say that again.
So, yeah, I'm kind of jumping ahead. So there's some ballot initiatives on the November ballot. I think it's called 108. Where did I put that one? There we go.
No, you just filled in the gap I wanted. Those were ballot initiatives. It wasn't something the legislature was.
So the current law
Right,
is Senate Bill 24-233. That one, starting in 2025, would put a cap of a 5.5% increase in property tax revenue for local governments.
okay,
It's a different cap, or maybe not a cap for schools.
because this last jump was like 30 or 40%, wasn't it? I mean, that's, and
It was
especially think of
significant.
like impact seniors and different things like that. It's, or just anybody. I mean, it was just a huge impact and I can see why. But how do you, let's say you put a cap of 5.5, but your assessed value is increased by another 15 or 20%, you're just limited, in a way. I mean, I don't see
So,
prices doing anything but continue it out.
If your value goes up greater than that percentage, then you lower your mill levy.
Say that again.
If the value goes up by greater than 5.5%, you lower your mill levy down.
I gotcha. Okay.
It's almost like a Tabor.
If
Type
you,
yeah, and then on the November ballot is initiative 108. Is that the right one? Nope. Initiative 50 would be a 4% statewide cap. I don't know, I haven't read up on everything at statewide, so I don't know if it's looking at individual counties or if you can't go up by more than 4% for the whole state.
Anybody have a feel on how the voters are feeling about that one?
I haven't looked at any polling or anything like that.
I don't know if there's anything.
I don't think there's much chatter out there about it yet.
Oh, yeah.
I think everybody's still reeling from last year's, last minute legislative action that caused the assessor's offices to have to scramble and do all that stuff. So, I haven't heard any chatter yet about it, and frankly, you know, I think the state is gonna keep pushing for it, because they want some relief on the property taxes for, you know, I think they've sort of committed themselves to getting property tax relief in place at some level. So I don't know, it's we have a unique state in that we get these ballot initiatives that can really change the complexion of a lot of things.
Absolutely.
Right. And as it stands right now, you know, if there were no further changes, and the thing is, I don't even know if that's a useful thing to go through, because there will probably be more changes. It probably won't stand the way it is right now, but this SB 24-233 made changes going out to 2027, which would more or less decrease the assessment rate for local governments. It raises it a little bit for schools. Basically, our tax bills are going to be a lot more complicated. There are some other states that have this complication where the amount the schools are getting is you don't get this right now. All the properties have this assessed value, which is some percentage of your actual value. And if SB 24-233 is not repealed, what we're going to have is an assessed value for schools and assessed value for local governments. And be more complicated.
Two different.
It'll just be a lot harder to explain our tax bills. Some things will go up and some things will go down, and it's yeah, and yeah, there's just separate rates for local governments versus schools. And in that bill is also, you mentioned seniors fetch, there is a significantly, there's right now with the senior exemption, you get a reduction of half the first 200,000 in value. And seniors would get a bigger discount than we have now. It's like 3 different math things, but that does not take effect until 2025, which for the county is the 2026 budget. So for the 2025 budget, I had just brought some things in case you were trying to figure out why our assessed value went down a little bit. So we've got new construction that added to the assessed value. Interestingly, and Bevan might be able to talk about this. I've got about 9 new building starts in last year. So right now, these values you're looking at are the buildings as they were on January 1st, 2024. So if that makes sense. So as far as new starts, I've got about 9 of them, only 2 of which were completed in the same calendar year. And those were both at Annville. Of the 32 properties that changed, 7 of them actually, all of them increased in actual value, but 7 of them decreased in assessed value. Because if you go from vacant land to residential, the assessment rate goes way down. Like an example would be, we finally had a home, well, the second home finished out at Cole Ranch on County Road 2. Their tax bill will go down quite a bit because they went from a big chunk of vacant land to residential. So.
9 bills, you're talking about town and county, correct?
Which,
Nine
oh,
bills.
I'm talking about the entire South County, town and county.
Town and county,
Mhm.
correct.
Right.
And those 9 new building starts were last year or
Sin-
right
well,
now?
but
Since January.
Between
1st.
January 2023 and January 2024. And yeah, that's where Bevan being here, I don't know if you have any indication of if,
Yeah, I mean. The new builds are gonna obviously bring down the property taxes, cause the raw land is taxed much higher, so.
yeah, and they're typically not finished yet in the first year.
Right, I mean, where does that leave us on, say, Mineral Creek Estates? You know?
Mineral Creek is.
Well, Shane's development, so right now it's taxed as raw land still, or is it? Is it improved?
It's, so there are two, as of this year,
Right.
there's 2 rates and it's not counting agricultural. It's either residential or not.
Okay.
And so it's not residential because until there is a completed foundation.
Okay.
So,
And that could
That makes
play a
sense.
role in the length of time that we see or forecast taxes in that area.
yeah, and I should say, of all of the new construction that continued, most of it increased in assessed value. Because most of it was continuing to build. So,
What do you do about like, this lot here where there was a house that was being taxed as residential, they tore it down and put a house as residential, that wasn't considered ever to be vacant land? then, was
Correct.
it? Okay,
correct.
And the foundation was still there.
I got you.
Yeah, and in those cases, we really only assess as of January 1st. And so if, yeah, in those cases, you don't penalize the owner for,
And if vacant land has major installation of infrastructure, but no building yet, it's still taxed as vacant land?
it's either residential or not. So commercial, vacant land, mining claims, RV parks, those are all assessed at the same rate. For 2025, everything will get more than one rate and the rates are gonna change. Some things, it's gonna go up and down. But yeah, so it's either residential or not, and then for mixed use, you get part of it, whatever square footage is residential gets the residential rate.
Okay.
Yeah.
How does something like, I'm gonna bring up a specific here, but the Harmony Park get taxed? As far as like having some infrastructure and, it's commercial use, so it has that use, but it doesn't necessarily have a lot of physical infrastructure to be taxed.
So that ultimately, what we're looking for, what I'm trying to do is to figure out what it would sell for.
Yeah.
That's a good one to bring up, because you can't do this with residential by state law, but I would also look at the income. So the income approach is, so there's 3 approaches to valuation. One of them is income. So you look at what the owner is getting for rents, or if they were trying to get the optimal rents, what could those be?
Yeah.
And subtract out the expenses. There might be insurance involved. Just managing who's renting there could be a management fee.
Yeah.
And you could look at that when for our lodging properties, that income approach works out really well. That's what it pencils out to figure out, why are people paying X for these hotels?
Yeah.
For everything else, wow, the income comes out really low. So they're looking at
Even
more
like
of a,
RV parks, things like that.
oh, RV parks, I kind of lump that in with lodging.
Okay.
RV parks,
Yeah.
says income approach that's what they're figuring out, how to pay for the property. How much income are we gonna make at what cap rate?
Yeah.
Of course, I have to look at the Harmony Park example is is a good one.
I was just curious because.
I should
Stuff
take a
going.
look at the income approach on that one.
Yeah.
But
Another question that I have is, have we done any, I feel like we've thrown around a little bit of numbers, but do we know how much we're gonna lose by potentially taking on the Sunnyside Ken Ross properties?
I did not bring that number.
We talked about it when we first looked at it, but those numbers have changed because values have gone up, so
Yeah,
I couldn't.
Were we talking about 40,000 maybe or something like that?
I think
That's what
we
comes sticks in my head.
Over in that ballpark, yeah.
That sounds about right. We have just passed the period of the sales that I'll use for the next reappraisal.
Mm.
I can only use sales through June 30th of this year.
okay,
And I just took a very quick, not an in-depth analysis of the sales. It looks like mining claims may go down a bit. We've seen some pretty low sales that, as far as I can tell, they're probably good sales, but I have not done an in-depth analysis. Everything else, homes and everything in Silverton, including vacant land and South County, have gone up modestly, but this is a very preliminary quick look, once I do in-depth, these change, but my very quick preliminary look looks like maybe an 8% increase in actual value that could end up being down or a little less in assessed value because of all these other changes. And that's true for South County and everything other than mining claims.
as far as like the legislation stuff that's coming up this fall, has it been finalized, like ballot wording and information going
I think
toward that, or is it still up for change here with the election calendar through like the end of this month?
There's two that are really already on the ballot that are finalized,
Okay.
and I think there's still time for others to get on the ballot, or is it? Well, we know that there's
It's
two.
coming close for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's about, this was put on by petition,
Yeah,
so I don't know that there's anything out there that's,
yeah,
that they're waiting for, but I don't think the state's working on anything to put on, so.
yeah.
Right, so the big deal on the two that we know are on, one, as far as, I mean, it may do other things, I'm only looking at from the property tax perspective. So 50 would put a 4% statewide cap on property tax revenue, and 108 would reduce the residential rate and the non-residential rate further than the current legislation would be doing. But with 108, here's the deal, local governments would receive backfill for all lost revenue, whereas we'd be unlikely to get any backfill with the current situation.
For how long? For a year or two, or?
You know what, I just have the Cliff's Notes version here.
Yeah, got it.
But you still have to qualify for the backfill. You still have to qualify for the backfill by showing that you were losing money,
Right, we would have to have a decrease in
which you're not gonna.
revenue. Well, this would be going forward. This wouldn't impact 2025's budget. It would impact going forward. So,
Yeah, it's shocking how different these proposals impact different towns. I'll just say that. If you have a county that's trending up, it's probably not gonna affect you that much, but if you have a county that's trending down and property values are flat, these things are pretty dramatic. And then you really have to worry about how much funding they're gonna have for backfill in the future, especially for those poorer counties.
yeah. Should I bring up the Cascade Village abatement request or not? Probably not. In a future meeting, we'll have something on the agenda. All right.
All right.
How's the software? I'm sorry, could I ask? How's the software working?
So we have not gone live yet with the new software. Pueblo County is going live this week. We should be a month to 6 weeks out, but I've been using the new software. It's not, I'm using the old software and the new software.
You think it's gonna be a good thing, though?
I think it is. I think with anything new, there's
Learning.
not just a learning curve, but it's a two-way thing. There's, my hope is that Pueblo County goes through fixing a lot of the bumps and bugs. The big thing is that we are not going to have to pay the new software company to implement all the changes from legislation and these, whatever happens with the November ballot. The way we would with the old software, we would have to pay them to reprogram. It's really major software changes, and it's impacting every county in the state. Some of them have really been having to use spreadsheets, and it's extremely time consuming. So I'm happy that we've gone with them because they have experience with other states that have some of these complications of multiple assessment, almost like multiple tax bills for the different taxing entities, schools and so forth.
Can I ask what company you're using for that software?
Yes, the company name is called GSA, and they're out of Florida. And Pueblo, there's several counties on the Front Range, and then some various smaller counties that have kind of tagged in to go, including us. The rate we got was because we tagged in with some of the bigger counties. Yeah.
All right, I don't have anything else. Anybody else?
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you for the update, Kim.
Oh, no.
All right, Martha.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Another lovely commute today.
Bet.
I don't have, you don't have anything from me
I was
this
saying,
time.
we were all looking, we were.
All searching.
Yeah. Yeah, I realized yesterday when I was getting ready to come up, oh, I never got the May financials from Emma, who's our finance analyst. She's been on a vacation, and there was a bunch of La Plata County things she was having to deal with before she left. So I will have May and hopefully the state closeout next month when I come. It all depends on when the state gets the fiscal year closed out. So that will be more interesting anyway. So the piece about finances that I do have to share today is in preparation for next year's budget, tagging on the end of what Kim was talking about. Most of the Department of Human Services allocations have come out for the next fiscal year. And for the most part, we're flat, which works for our budget. The one thing we'll be overspent on this year is childcare, and that allocation for next year is actually going down a little bit. So we'll, I'm sure, be overspent for that again next year because the state has mandated that childcare rates go up, which is great. And while we've got those TANF reserves, that is a good buffer for us, because if there's the TANF reserves, we can use those to pay for over expenditures in childcare. So we'll just have to see. I think, this next year will be a lot of seeing where things sort of shake out with childcare, because the rates are going up starting October 1st, which will be great, like for the Family Learning Center, but then more of that money will be spent statewide, so it'll be less to go around to all the counties. So ultimately, probably fewer kids will be served. We may not see that in our county itself. Some counties will see fewer kids being served because their money's not going up, but the rates are going up. So we'll just see how this year goes.
The rates are going up for what they can charge somebody to bring their child to the.
Yeah, thank you for that question, because childcare, it's a really complicated business for one that's not very lucrative. So if people, if parents or caregivers qualify for the child care assistance program, which is a child care program that goes, or a assistance program that goes through human services, social services, for people who are below certain income levels and they have to either be working or in a educational pursuit, then they get assistance paying for their childcare. And so typically the rate that the counties have paid childcare providers is less than they charge private pay people. And so those childcare assistance rates are going to go up. Not by a huge amount. I don't have the rates with me. The biggest jumps are actually going to be for the smallest children, which is good. The state did a market rate survey to see what does it really cost to provide childcare as opposed to what are providers charging. In the past, the rate surveys they've done have always been based on what are people charging, which wasn't always reflecting what it really costs to provide the care. So over the last year, they did a survey on what does it really cost to provide child care and determined that the assistance rates, especially for kids from 0 to 24 months, were lower than they should have been to help maintain those providers. And those are the hardest providers to find because they have to have a higher staffing ratio, and you know how infants are. They take a lot of constant attention.
Constantly.
So those rates particularly are going to go up. I'll bring them in a month or two because we're still finalizing them and then they have to be approved by the state. What the state does is they send us with the rates, the minimum rates we can pay through the child care assistance program. And then each county can adjust them if they want to go up above those rates. We won't go above those entry rates except for some specialty needs, things like if a child has significant disabilities, those kinds of things, there can be a higher rate. So I'll share more about those rates after we've gotten it actually approved by the state, which will be probably in September because they go effective in October. So that's the place that I think will see the biggest impact on next year's budget. We'll probably be overspending in our childcare again, but something I just caught when I was looking at the new allocations is they've almost doubled our child welfare allocation. It has been about 28,000, 29,000. And next year it says it's 57,000. I'm going to call the state and check because
That's not
is a surprising jump.
Yeah.
But if that's true, then we can actually use some of that money to pay the contract we have with the school for the after school program, the summer program, because that's not a child welfare program, but it's a prevention program to keep kids from hitting the child welfare system. And so that would be great because then we could leave those TANF reserves alone. We could get those built back up. And we could use a different funding source. So I need to still explore all that, but the budget might look, bottom line would be the same, but the funding streams might be a little different next year to take advantage if that increase is true. And it doesn't really benefit the county either way because there's a county share regardless. And so the county's cost will still be about the same, whether it's through TANF or through the child welfare. But it's nice to be able to use the allocations we have rather than depending on, will other counties underspend, so we'll get bailed out, or are we gonna have to pay more county money? It becomes a little bit of a gamble at the end of the year if we're gonna get made whole, if we've overspent in something. So if you have any questions about that, I know it's all very convoluted in social services funding. I'll get the proposed budget to Billy in a month or two. When do you need it by? When would be best for your time frame?
Oh. You know, early September.
Okay, yeah, we'll definitely have it before then. So that's the money stuff. And then I just have a few updates from Chrissy, who's in a training this morning. So with the commodities program where the food gets delivered once a month and then she's able to distribute it to people who meet income criteria. The Care and Share program, which is what it's called statewide, will be using new software starting in August. And that actually should be really good. Right now it's all manual, which is easy, but then she has to do a manual report every month. And with this new software, once she gets the information entered in the database, then the state will be able to pull those reports without her having to do extra work every month. So she's looking forward to it. She'll be getting some training on it, and the state will be providing her with a tablet, because then when she meets people down at the food storage, she can just fill out all the information. And the apartments continue to go well. There was one vacancy at the end of June, which is being filled already. And then there was another unexpected vacancy, which has been a little problematic. And so I know that Willie and Colin and Christy are all working on getting that emptied out and cleaned up, and then they'll get rented again. But that's been kind of a long process because of some issues that came up.
Still a waiting line for those, Willie?
He still has, yeah.
And all of the rates there actually went up by about 10% at this July 1st, because the state changed what we needed to be charging for people based on their incomes. And Chrissy said it really didn't have a negative impact on people as far as the one person who moved out, the one bedroom. That was why they moved, was thinking that that rent increase maybe could be a problem, but otherwise everyone else is staying even with the rent increase. So those were Chrissy's updates. Her caseload is higher than it used to be in the summers, but we saw that with the pandemic and it's just not really going down. There's enough new rules and waivers that people can stay on food assistance for longer than they used to be able to, and Medicaid for longer than they used to be able to. And she's also seen some more variations in income as far as maybe people aren't working as many hours or they're not working as many jobs as they were before. So that's a good thing. You know, people need the benefits. It's good that they're reaching out and being able to stay on those programs.
I just wanted to point out that some new laws, landlord tenant laws went into effect this last year, or actually this year. And it really changes what you have to do in terms of notices for raising rents and evictions and things like that. So if you have any questions on that, I'm not sure if you're getting advised on that stuff.
You know, Chrissy works on that mostly with Lily and then with Housing Solutions. The
Okay,
funding actually goes through Housing Solutions of the Southwest.
okay, so if we get to activities like that, you're getting to the end of a lease, things like that, it's pretty surprising what you have to do now.
So the laws are beneficial to the tenants, but maybe not necessarily the landlord.
I just give you a quick example of how far it's swung. Basically, you at the end of someone's lease, you cannot simply say, okay, your lease is up, see you later. You have to offer them a new lease at a reasonable rate. Unless you have reasons why you want them to leave. And they're very, very strict on those reasons. So, and then they also get additional time. So if you say you're in a 1-year lease, your lease is up, you know, December 31st. We want to terminate your lease. First, you have to offer them a new lease at a reasonable term, and then if they don't want to do that, they get an additional 3 months at the old lease term to leave. So it's becoming very difficult. If you're a landlord, if you're a private landlord, and for example, you do get some exceptions, but if you're a private landlord and your best friend, for example, moved to town and you want to lease to him or her, that's not allowed. You can't terminate somebody else's tenancy, even at the end of their lease, to allow your friend to move in. You can do it if you're gonna move in or a family member is gonna move in, but it's very controlling at this point.
Wow.
Yeah, you should probably second guess whether you really want to be a tenant these days. I'm sorry, landlord.
Yeah.
Tenant you want to be.
Just as far as like this incident that we had there was, potentially dangerous situation for children that were in that apartment. And just as far as, Martha, what you've seen in the law for subsidized housing and things like that, are there any things that we can potentially add into release? And this isn't necessarily something we have to answer right now, but something we can add to kind of be able to ensure that the protection that we can access to make sure that children are having a safe living space, and I know it's really tough with these increased tenant rights or, restrictions.
We made some amendments, we're making some amendments to the lease but we've always had access under the lease terms for emergencies to go in. And then, of course, social services and DNN if there was ever a call, they always have the right to inquire and get access if they need to. So if ever there is a child, that someone makes a report that a child is in a dangerous situation, social services has a lot of leeway to get in there and make sure everyone's safe. So I wouldn't worry about that.
Now, what we've had to do in the past, not in San Juan County, but in La Plata, was if we thought children were in danger in their residence and no one answered the door, but we thought possibly they were in there, we had to go get a search warrant, which we can get on an emergency basis through the judges. We are able to access them 24 hours.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we've done that a couple of times. Have never fortunately found the children we'd heard maybe were in the residences, which is good. I'd much rather go in and find an empty place than something bad.
But we did add some language. We just did add some language to the lease that talks a little bit more about living conditions and things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, just Colin was giving Willie an update, which I was present for, and it was pretty horrifying to hear what the situation is.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you work with DNNs, and not that this was a DNN, I'm not saying that it was, I'm just saying in other circumstances, it becomes pretty commonplace. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Anything else for me? That was about all that I had.
Nope,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. Hopefully next month I'll want the closeout information and all the money we got from other counties and money we gave to other counties. Came out flush with everything.
Right. Moving on, we got 5 minutes here and we might have some people join us here in another 5 minutes. So I'd rather wait on our discussion on County Road 2 and I bet we could work on scheduling our Board of Equalization hearings in 5 minutes.
Yeah, we probably could have done it when Kim was here.
Do you want me to go grab her really quick and see if she wants to come back in?
Let me go ask her if she had any input.
Okay, all right.
She's got a lot of stuff kind of hanging in the air, it may not matter.
Good.
Figure it out for a second. Contact Martha.
Which harbor, John? Jim doesn't have anything to do with it.
John, I don't know. Good luck. Yeah.
You can, yeah. So,
I don't think it even goes over the tracks.
it goes underneath them, doesn't it, or by them?
It goes at the end of them. But I think it's past, I'm gonna go and look. I'm dealing with 3 different items of overhead.
So,
Postmark.
Sorry, Kim, we should have done this while you were here.
Yeah.
I have a couple of the contacts.
You'll have to be at that meeting, so you should have something for us to when you know.
Sure. Looking for it. I would go
Get
to
my
Jeff's
calendar
office
out
and-
here. So the appeals, the deadline is August, but that's, yes, that is the last day that you are allowed to have any CBO hearings. The deadline to appeal is July 15th. They only need to have it postmarked by then. So I would say no earlier than July. I mean, you could have it as early as July 24th. That would be enough time to receive any appeals. That'd be the earliest.
Have you had any appeals?
I mean, we did have one, but they rescinded it.
So none yet.
Correct.
So we are anticipating
But
potentially.
we will need to have an abatement hearing, so we could do that abatement hearing at the same time as any CBOE appeals. So,
How many of those are there?
one.
Okay.
We need to schedule
Trying to
it
figure out how
after.
to
So we
answer
gotta
that.
schedule it
Yes,
after that.
no, I was
Something
thinking
simple,
time
yeah.
after the 24th,
Yeah, well, it could be as early as the 20th.
as early as the 24th.
I was gonna clarify that, yeah, so there's actually sort of two appellate processes. One is directly to you. And then if they don't like what you do for them, then we get the official appeal to the BOA. And then that has to either be handled or postmarked prior to July 15th.
Right, so, yeah, we won't know if we have appeals until,
Yeah.
right. But we do have, an abatement petition that, I received yesterday. And so that might as well schedule that at the same time.
Is that something we could do like the hour before our evening meeting, anything like that?
Well, we are, yeah, I guess the 24th is our evening meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something we can combine on the same day?
Or unless there's that's gonna be a big meeting, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we can do that. The problem is if we actually end up with a bunch of protests,
I think the absolute maximum we could have is around 4. Because even though I denied like 7 of them, about 3 of them actually wasn't asking for a change in value. They really just wanted a correction in their property characteristics, but they felt like the value was fine. So I don't see those those owners appealing.
I mean, I feel like that could probably be done in maximum an hour and a half. Like, so we could start the meeting, we could start that hearing at 5 on that day of the 24th. My wife's not gonna be really happy because that's her birthday, but it's okay. We already have a meeting that day, so.
Yeah,
Hey, you already
just have
got a
to
meeting, might as well have
celebrate.
another one, get it all over.
You have to just do double, triple celebrations to make up for it.
In July, it never works, and I think we had a meeting on my birthday this year too, so it's like.
Yeah.
yeah, let's just,
So shoot for July 24th,
and see what we get in. If for some reason we get more, then we'll
might have to
may have
change
to reconsider that, or
Yeah,
if we only have 1 or 2, we maybe
Yeah,
start.
and we might not have any, we don't know.
I think it's reasonable to try and squeeze it in on a day we're already meeting.
Yes.
If we can, especially this time of year.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I'm definitely up for that.
That would be a good day for me, or evening for me.
So start earlier is what you're saying.
Yeah, just you start earlier in our meeting, probably, and
Well, we'd have the BOE at 5 o'clock, and then our regular meeting started at 6:30.
yeah,
But if we only have 1 or 2 things, we could do the BOE like at 5:30 or something like that, if there isn't much to discuss.
correct, right?
Possibly.
Possibly.
Yeah, just something. that-
Yeah.
I think the real question is, does it include pizza?
But
That's the important
Just
question.
Why not?
And I don't.
Can't go to the
Was
barbecue
the
grill
Sunnyside
out.
thing gonna be on that agenda?
what's that?
Should I say what the Sunnyside taxes would be, or? I did look up what the Sunnyside taxes, estimated taxes for 2024. That it's the county's portion of their tax bill. Did I just tell you 20,000?
I think he's at 20, yeah.
Yeah, it's just over 20,000.
Huh?
Not as better. than-
Yeah, now their
Better.
total tax bill would, now this is estimated, assuming the levies stay the same, would be in the low 30s. I just looked at it and I've already forgotten the numbers, but in the low 30-some thousand, but that includes school and water district. So the county portion of that is a little over 20,000.
Gotcha.
It's not gonna make or break anybody's bank.
Yeah, I mean, I did the quick math in my head, which is probably wrong, you know, it could be a half-time position at a low pay or something that,
Yeah.
you know, it comes to. Yeah.
But, I mean, we have so many other fluctuating things as terms of construction and things like that too, that, it's not,
Exactly.
we're not talking about values of 600,000 or $800,000.
Yes.
Right.
Well, no, value wise, the assessed value is over $1 million, but
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
just talking, so
Yeah,
previously in my appointment here, I was talking about assessed values, that number I was giving you was actually tax revenue.
okay,
The assessed value is just over $1 million, 1,024,000. Okay,
Thank you.
If we get a BOE issue that looks like it potentially could go up to the state, I'd appreciate just a heads up. I think in the past, I haven't sat in on those, but on that one we did, I wish I would have been here for that one.
the abatement petition will have to go to the state because it's large enough.
But
So-
you know what I mean, if it's
I
gonna be a
understand.
contested thing, I'd rather be in at the ground floor on it.
Right, we actually did not have any commercial appeals. Appeals on commercial property, so they'll all either be vacant land or residential. I think the ones that would appeal I think they'd all be vacant land, just single pieces of vacant land, not large.
And you'll have those Zoom anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It'll be fine, I'll probably just jump on.
Oh, because you can't be here on the 24th?
No, I can, but I typically don't come up for
Oh.
the night meetings, but
Mhm.
it's fine.
The only thing, I mean, right now, the only thing we've got on the agenda for the 24th is the Sunnyside. Gold land or the property transfer.
So that's a pretty big one.
I might come up for that.
Yeah.
So put it on your calendar anyway. All right,
Thank you.
it'll be all
Sounds like I'm
property.
coming up for that.
Time to come up.
Okay,
thank you. Okay, I think we can go ahead and move on to our next agenda item here. We're having a discussion regarding County Road 2 and dust control. You guys have a chance to read some of these new letters that we got today. I mean, some of them are in the
Right.
packet, but there's a few new ones in here. Need a minute or two to review those before we discuss.
It's pretty much the same theme as far as dust. I mean, it's bad out there, when it's dry, for sure.
Yeah, I think, I think we had some emails from Bevan and Willie that, regarding some signage, I don't wanna say legal, but some unpermitted signage.
Right. Yeah, that
That
one
was
is-
put up by the neighbors out in the Cole Ranch area, which should be part of this discussion as well. And just figuring out kind of what other kind of steps we can do right now. Obviously, we anticipated a few of these folks being here for this discussion. I think, we can discuss some of the steps that we've taken. In the past, we've done mag chloride and, this year there's some complications with that because we had talked to the EPA and the EPA was supposed to hire a contractor to do mag chloride out there. But then when they started sourcing their gravel from somewhere else, they just
Oh,
didn't really follow through with letting us know that they would not be doing that anymore.
They're not using any of that gravel from out there?
Nope.
So, they have, they're gonna be doing a lot of work in Howardsville for the next foreseeable
Probably
future.
not this summer, but next summer, for sure.
I mean, that
Years.
even, I would guarantee you that if we go out there now, there's trucks out there now. I mean, you go out there, are they very active out there by your shop out there?
Not at all.
I haven't
No,
seen
not
it.
yet.
They're not doing anything.
I haven't seen
They're
it.
not, they haven't started anything.
No,
The drill rigs, they were there last year.
Yeah.
every time I've been out there, there's nobody there.
What I will tell you, add on, well, go ahead, you finish.
No, I'm sorry.
Go
ahead, Pete.
As we see, we've watched 3 of them go by.
Yeah.
From, a name I won't name. That we have a fee for now for oversized load and lots of gravel. All the gravel is coming from Montrose. Okay. And, they're using our county roads to go on, and we are getting some kind of a fee for that, but,
Yeah,
as far as the EPA and stuff, so they're still using the county road in a portion of that, and, I would still like to see just never let it not be discussed with the EPA about helping us with our road. I mean, yes, they did get us a water truck, that's a good thing.
The road's deteriorating. I mean,
It is
some
deteriorating,
areas,
Right.
Below the transfer station, it's going fast.
right? And
The
when
road is wet.
when they talk about paving the top of Palm 4, the more that rubs me wrong, okay? The fact that if they're bringing in pavement, why can you
Just-
what at the same time, can we not help with our pavement process or portion of kind of road too?
And just remember, we've said this before, there's a statute that says damage to county road is the responsibility of the party who damages it. So even if we do get some permit funding for, some remedial repairs and things like that, damage is damage, and that's why I said, the more important thing about the permit process is to establish the baseline of the road, to find out who's gonna be using the road, how much they're gonna be hauling on the road, and then establishing the baseline, so then if the road is damaged, you have someone to call up and say, hey, you blew out our culvert on such road, or you damaged our bridge, something like that, so.
We do have a baseline, at least as of this summer. I filmed it all.
Yeah.
And I walked it and took pictures.
So the hard part is isolating who did the
did it.
damage.
Yeah.
And, but as soon as if somebody, somebody rolls a heavy heavy load over a bridge and breaks the bridge or does some
Then you
damage to
know,
the bridge,
yeah.
Right.
immediately, it should be a letter saying you damaged the bridge on such and such date, you're responsible.
But not just from heavy use.
It gets,
I mean, to me.
damage is damage, so I think
You're right.
where you're probably more likely is if you get a wet condition. If you get a wet condition and somebody ruts the heck out of the road. And it's gonna be extensive remedials for, that should be an almost immediate, you damaged the road, you shouldn't have been on the road, it was too wet,
I mean, we're seeing these are 80 to 120,000 pound trucks going over. You've seen it, we've all seen it on different highways in different states.
Everywhere.
When you see the rutting of the pavement.
Yeah.
And we're starting to see it. So that, to me, that's use.
It gets a little bit hard though, because
Is it tricky on that,
is
or-
it cumulative? Is it cumulative between 5 different haulers or 20 different haulers? Or is it one hauler who over repetitive use, damages the road?
So our job is to police that and pinpoint it.
If you can.
That's tough.
Well, I know I'm
No,
not saying
I'm-
it's a perfect system, but
I'm just
it's,
asking, I'm just asking.
the haulers are ultimately the majority of it's one hauler. It's the EPA, it's their contractors going to that site.
But their comment was, well, it's probably the Bruin. I remember, one evening.
Not past the transfer station.
Yeah.
See, if you said a name, I almost feel like saying one, but it's Rocky Mountain Aggregates.
Yeah.
That has that
Yeah,
contract.
with that kind of weight,
Right.
it is, yeah.
That water truck is doing a lot of damage to the curbs on the side of that where it crosses that road back and forth into the.
Yes.
into the
That's a water
towers,
wagon,
too.
yeah.
That's, I mean, it's
An $8,000 tank, yeah.
and so that's a perfect example, if you could
We
isolate.
could actually use
If you could
that,
isolate curb damage to a specific,
yeah, shoulder damage or something like that.
something like that, then you can send the letter we could
Okay.
send the letter and saying, hey, pursuant to this statute, you've damaged this and this. And then, a permit specifically says, just because you have a permit doesn't mean you're alleviated of any liability for damage.
Yeah.
So.
I got you.
But I'm not saying it's easy, it's more for something serious that you can definitely,
Yeah.
you see a truck run over,
Right.
you see a truck run over a curb and destroy a curb and gutter or
Sure.
something,
But the cumulative use, that's hard to pinpoint, even though.
Right, like you
Even
said,
though the
that's-
depressions in the pavement are the size of
You-
two tires,
you can't really
Yeah,
place it to that person or.
and that's why hopefully the permit fees that you guys put in place will help on it.
Yeah.
But by all means, if you see something specific to a hauler that they damaged a road, collapsed a culvert, did something, you
Would you
know,
bring that?
dropped the wheel off and
Would you
collapsed
bring-
the culvert,
Take a picture, bring it to the sheriff, what would be the next step on that?
the next step would.
Or just document it?
Well, technically speaking, there's also. There's probably some infractions that could be charged, but if you had a picture of it and you knew the hauler. You
Right,
know, I'm just trying to come up with examples.
Yeah.
You know, someone dropped a trailer wheel off and crushed a culvert or something like that. That's a perfect example of, hey. We know last week you crushed a culvert. It's gonna cost us this much money to replace the culvert.
got it, got it.
Right, if something happened like that right now, you bring it in to me and I would.
Okay,
But I think we should try and focus a little bit of
Yeah,
our
yeah.
discussion more on
So-
like dust control and stuff
I-
further
Oh,
past the
right.
pavement, since that's kind of what I think that, you know, the.
I got educated and Willie, maybe you can. Say it again, because I am a new commissioner, that the mag chloride is not an every year. County deal. And it's not part of the regular maintenance and. On County Road 2 or 110. Is that correct, Willie?
We were doing it fairly regularly on County Road 2.
Yeah.
Okay,
Uh,
but is that something that voluntarily we were doing it or is it something?
yeah, there's no,
Okay, that's what I'm trying to-
Budgeted.
there was no.
Budgeted
Yeah,
for,
we
thank
did
you,
budget.
Scott,
There's no
yeah,
mandatory requirement that we do that, and, you know. It was. I mean, it's one of these things where, you know, when you put it on, it works. But depending on, I mean, there's years when we put it on and it's. You know, we get a heavy storm right after we put it on and essentially it's
gone.
gone. We put it on, we get a month out of it and then it's wore out.
all right,
You know, so that's kind of why we went with, the idea of the water truck. And to see, actually have somebody on that water truck out there keeping the dust down, see if that would be more effective. Probably ideally if we had a combination of
both,
mag and then water truck to keep it.
right,
If it sets up before we have a storm to wash it out,
right,
then you keep it activated by when it's dry by running the water truck over.
so we actually need to, as a board, kind of need to talk about this as a budget item. Are we wanting to budget this once a year for this?
I guess just one of the reasons on the Mac is you just don't get much bang for your buck. You can, and it's gotten, the price of mag chloride has gone way up too. That was probably part of the other thing. And we put something down that only lasts like a month. What month do you put it on? It used to be predictable that it was gonna be monsoon in July, August, and you would put it on maybe in June or something like that, but there's no predicting anything right now. We've gone after this rains we had now, we've gone almost 2 weeks without any kind of weather in a time when normally you could expect a summer or an afternoon thunderstorm. Yeah, we're not getting that. Last year, wasn't it last year we didn't even get anything? Wasn't that the year we got?
No, last year could have been a
Got no months.
better mag year.
Yeah,
The last time we did it though in 2021 was, I think it was the next week afterwards, we had monsoon because the health concerns of our road and bridge crew earlier in the year. And so they weren't able to do mag until, I think it was basically very beginning of July, and then monsoons hit and it was $50,000 expenditure for 1 to 2 weeks worth of
I agree.
dust
Yeah.
control.
Yeah,
Okay,
so,
that's worth thinking about too.
and then, like, let's say you say, all right, we got our peak month is July or whatever, August. But October, even though it doesn't have much traffic, there's still gonna be a ton of dust. Like, say, the whole month of October is dry and you've already worn off all your max chloride, then we're right back to the same position. That's why I kind of like this water truck idea. If it's done on a daily, monthly basis,
So there's something we could,
And is
I
that,
agree with you,
yeah.
there's something we could bring up, they're Willie and. Well, there's a couple folks that are looking, that have CDLs, looking that we'd have to hire somebody. That could do that, and maybe that's a solution, or a. Start of a solution. Cause we do have the water truck, and Louis told me it only takes 15 minutes to fill, which is
Yeah, that was.
way better than the big tender, fire tender and everything else, I mean. It's gonna do some 15 minutes to fill and you go, you can cover, if you work
And here's
8 hours, you can cover a lot of area.
Here's the question, Well, is that person you hire part of the county road crew? And the reason I'm saying that is not every day you're gonna need that water truck. If the monsoons come in and it's raining, let's say it rains straight for 2 weeks, you don't need that guy on the water truck. You either find somebody who's willing to work just part-time when it's
Yeah,
needed,
part-time.
or you have a permanent guy on the county road crew that's his main job in the summers to be doing that, but if he doesn't need to do it, then he can be doing, county road and bridge jobs. What's our solution on that one? Do you find just a retired guy who just needs a few extra bucks, and when it's dry, he's out there doing it,
I
or?
think we have the potential to do it either which way. I think there's some people out there that are retired or semi-retired that are interested in doing it.
Have you guys
And we
talked
do
to
it on a
anybody?
Yeah.
needed-
Yeah,
needed
okay.
basis.
We got at least 2 guys with CDLs.
Okay, and then I
I'd
guess.
like to ask what we're willing to pay those folks at this meeting. If that's
Exactly,
okay.
yeah, no, I think it's,
And not that I'm trying to take anyone's job away, if I have a tanker endorsement, if we need coverage for a period of time. Or, it's necessary, I can jump in and I'm, just taking on as part of my role with you guys.
Would that take away from your main job?
Well,
though?
I mean, I don't think I could be out there all day doing it, but if it was really bad and we needed to get it done. I think
Hmm.
that's a good.
Or take the water truck instead of a car when you're going out to call on somebody in Coal Ranch or Eureka, you just
I don't know.
drive the water
Well,
truck.
it's not quite.
I'm just trying to get, just want
Yeah,
to get
yeah.
out
Yes,
and trying to get things done. I'm gonna have to leave in a few minutes, but is there anything else regarding the communications with residents out at Coal Ranch that we need to discuss?
Well, I think we should discuss the signage thing out there. And we had at least one letter from someone out there who felt that their signage out there was doing good to slow people down in that area.
Prove it. No,
I mean, I just one person said that, I mean, it. In my opinion, the signs do some good at the Howardsville area, that we have, but. It's hit or miss, some people completely disregard them, there's
you
that
can,
stop sign there,
you can-
it's always a little
Just-
scary to roll up to,
Bring Dennis up to speed.
yeah.
They put
Yes.
out a long banner on one of the lots up there that said speed limit 10 miles an hour.
Who put it up?
The property owner.
And we
It was
should,
an illegal sign, didn't get a sign permit, obviously, it didn't meet any of our, so basically, Bevan, as an enforcer, told them that they had to take it down. I mean, there is a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit right in the middle of that area.
it's posted,
I believe.
not everywhere.
I mean, we could consider doing one of the. Solar powered signs that says, speed limit 20 miles an hour and then flash what they're doing that. Sometimes that helps slow people down,
Can I
but
throw something else out
They're
there?
really expensive.
And again, it's a sign, and I agree with that, another sign doesn't hurt and it's solar. We're seeing that people aren't really caring about signs, and they're not taking to me, if we were able to get, and I know the sheriffs are jammed up, but I had a chat with, one of the deputies, and if we brought them in here. I know from all the ATV community and the construction community, if you have a deputy out there for even 2 or 3 days writing tickets, the word spreads fast on speed limit.
Cause
See
you
that-
you can make a 10-mile-an-hour speed limit sign, you make a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit sign, unless there's somebody there to enforce
That's what I'm
the
saying,
speed
teeth,
limit.
little teeth.
There's a fairly well-known, or research, phenomenon about speed limits and how posted speed limits don't actually ever get followed. It's the condition of the road that people drive, not the speed limit posted.
Huh,
And the
interesting.
only thing that really changes that is enforcement. The best known example I can bring of this that we probably all know a little bit about is a 32nd Street down in Durango. That road is a 50-mile-an-hour road with a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. And the only way that it gets followed for 25 miles an hour is enforcement. And it's enforced very well.
And a house right there.
Yeah,
Uh,
and it's there's a couple different ways. I mean, enforcement's one aspect of it, and the other aspect of it is making the road conditions amenable to people slowing down. And that's
like a speed bump?
speed bumps or
Something like
speed
that?
dips, or just letting the road be washboarded to
Then we're-
nothing, and then we start getting the opposite problem where
Then we're
we get the
getting
neighbors
that.
complaining that it's beating up
About
the,
the conditions of the road.
and it's really rough on the construction folks who have to go out there in their vehicles that they're maintaining. But I mean, I don't know, how would you guys feel about having a speed dip? That our road and bridge crew can put a pretty decent speed dip, I think, in the road somewhere before Eureka and somewhere, around Howard. I think the fastest speeds that I see are people coming like right past Howardsville.
Yeah.
Coming down the hill into Howardsville and from Middleton to Eureka, those are the top speed spots there. And I mean, it's dangerous enough, people roll over vehicles off the side of the road to those curves coming out of Howardsville.
Do you do 20 miles an hour on that stretch from Middleton to Eureka on your dirt bike?
I do.
Don't
I do.
answer that.
I do.
Yeah, there you go, that's good advice. That's good legal advice.
I actually do, because the thing about it is that if everybody followed the speed limit out there, the dust is significantly reduced.
It does.
Correct.
Hit it on
And
that.
it doesn't really matter what vehicle I'm in, I'm actually, following the speed limits on those roads to try and be, but guess what happens when I go to that speed limit? I just get past, like I'm standing still.
Right.
Like people in
Sure.
construction vehicles, people in side by sides, people
Sure,
in Jeeps.
especially-
It doesn't matter what vehicle they're in,
See, that's why,
if I'm going the speed limit, people are passing.
And that all.
that's why I go back to the law enforcement.
For
Sure, yeah, and I
Yeah.
think that's a portion of it.
You hit them in the wallet and they pay
Do
attention.
you guys feel like, and this be a question for Bruce, I felt like when ATVs were in town, I'd say 80% of his time was spent with enforcement in town, but that's not happening here, so wouldn't that free him up to be able to have people out in the county?
I disagree with that severely. I think that I think that he absolutely refused to do control here in town. For those ATVs, so that it would manifest as a problem and be more likely to be voted out because he disliked it so much.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Opinion.
Right.
I-
I still think it'd be worthwhile to have a meeting with him, and
I think
I'm not
so
trying to
too.
get into his job, but part of their job is the county. And you could even do it, like I said, not all the time, but the word spreads.
I completely agree. I think it would be worthwhile to have a conversation about enforcement.
And I do understand, like the
Yeah.
10-mile-an-hour and speed limit there at Howardsville, that makes tons of sense, because you have clients that are parking their cars here, walking across the road.
Correct.
To that office and stuff like that. Now, it's different out in places where there's houses, because there's much more traffic at Howardsville. 10 miles an hour makes sense. But I'll give you a great example. Going out to Eureka one day, I slowed down to 10 miles an hour, but coming back, I'm doing 20 or 30 along the road. I just forgot and just went right through that area, because I've done that for 40 years. It's hard.
And that's where people don't drive with the speed limit of the road, is they drive the conditions of the road.
Right.
Honestly, washboards don't slow people down necessarily, either. Sometimes they increase the
But
speed.
it just,
Yeah.
if you do 20 miles an hour, you know, and if I see a couple guys on mountain bikes.
Yeah.
And I slow it down to even
I
15,
do so.
Yeah.
you don't dust them out,
No, you don't.
and I mean,
Yeah.
right?
It's not as bad. I mean, it cumulatively, it's bad out there. I mean, you've seen the pictures too. I mean, I think it was Saturday of the 4th of July weekend, 7 AM. It was, you could just see it out there.
I got some,
And
So-
that impacts us, that impacts town residents as well.
So,
Um,
have those guys been out there with the water truck lately?
Yesterday they were.
yeah,
They were.
I don't know if they were before.
And
I
that's the question.
I asked them how it went and they said it was like we weren't even out there an hour later.
It just dried out
It
that
just
fast,
dried out.
especially with high winds and temps. I mean,
Yeah.
that's,
But I think that's what, I mean, they need to, it's not a one and done, it's,
No.
that's, we hire that person, that's all they're doing all day, is driving up and down that road.
yeah,
Yeah,
I think we should try it anyway.
I mean, I don't know
I
if
think
all
that's a
day
good
is
idea.
really feasible.
but at least during high traffic times, which is when everybody's going out and everybody's coming back in.
I think though, to that point of having somebody driving the water truck out there, which would be helpful. The comment that I heard was that the people who are interested in doing it would be willing to do it for $25 an hour. Which for a CDL driver, to me, sounds incredibly fair.
Yeah.
Is that,
Yeah, oh,
is that
I
something
agree.
that we can agree on, that we could afford? To pay somebody for? As a part-time.
$25 an hour or so,
Yeah.
is a whole lot cheaper than mag chloride,
Well,
Um,
I mean, I think that's what we looked at, is, you know.
yeah,
Yeah,
weighing
because
that.
if you take
Yeah.
25 an hour times 8, there's $200 a day. Times 30 days, there's 6,000 times 4 months, that's 24,000. That's still less of an investment than
correct,
40,000 for mag chloride, so.
I'm not sure that I'm not sure too that we should say. It's less of an investment than mag chloride. I'm not
No.
against using mag chloride. I just feel like this time of year. And going forward for this time of year, I don't know that. It really would make a whole lot of sense for us to do mag chloride at this
You
point.
could get, I mean, in July or August, you could put it like it happened, was it last year? No, 2021, when and we just put it down and boom, it's gone with the big
Right.
rainstorm.
but again, with the water truck driver, if we do get monsoons, he knows he's off that week or whatever, I mean,
If
it's a lot more flexible.
If you have
right?
somebody who's flexible, that will
Right.
just do it when it's needed.
Yeah.
The other comment that I've heard too is why does the county not roll the road after we blade it? Too, and I know the answer, we don't have a roller. But
Well, we don't, I think part of it too is the material that we have.
Yeah.
Rolling's only gonna do so much unless you've got compactable dirt.
Right.
sure,
And that's another part of the discussion is, we need to look, we haven't talked about our gravel budget for a long time, and I think we need to revisit it. Because we do have another source of compactable gravel now, and we could even test it and use it and try it.
Cause, I know the problem with some of the county gravels that we got was we said there was no.
There was no-
nothing in between the
no.
rocks, so there was no binder.
No
so-
binder,
So,
no clay.
is there better material coming out of the pit out there
It's,
then?
there's a clay made and he's done a test strip in front of his place and it looks pretty decent.
yeah.
Where was that at, Pete?
Jack,
So
Yeah.
Jack put that stuff down and.
Yeah.
uh,
something to
I
look
mean,
at anyway.
I think, so from my understanding too, when the county road crew goes out and the blades county road too, it takes everybody from the county road and bridge crew to do that now. Because it's the water truck and 2 graders to blade that road. So that's our whole county road crew. So that means that if something else happens while they're doing that. And the other thing too is that, I mean, how many culverts do you guys think that they've replaced in the last year? 20?
A lot.
It's a lot. And it's
Well, they got a lot
continuing
more
to be a
coming,
problem.
yeah.
Especially in the last couple of weeks with the heavy rains that we had.
Sure.
They had a lot
of mudslides.
of mudslide stuff and culverts plugged and replaced and things like that. But if it's all hands on deck for the county road and bridge crew, but we were able to get a water truck driver to help with that portion of it. When we're able to take and blade water. And if we could get either, I don't think they do it that many times a year, maybe 4 or 5 times a year where it's all hands on deck like that. Does that sound about right?
That's more than,
It's more than that.
More than
for county road too.
yeah,
I'm just wondering if.
they're doing 110
Yeah.
too, so.
I'm just wondering if either investing in a roller or leasing a roller or hiring somebody with a roller to follow these guys down the road would help us. Because one of the problems, it's hard because we don't have this much compactable material, but the reality is we need to start building the base up on that road. And it's probably not, we're not gonna be able to get 4 to 6 years or 4 to 6 inches of base on that road until,
I agree with you. I think before you talk about a roller though, we gotta get a gravel budget
yeah.
to put much,
To put the
yeah.
material on the road.
Where's the front back of like, you need gravel before you need a roller.
Well, and that test patch that you're talking about has been rolled heavily,
Yeah.
so.
Oh, Jack was, rolling that stretch,
Well,
Different
the test
guy.
patch, yeah,
the test match.
it's Tony, who's done it, but yeah, cause he's got the permits for it, well, Jack has the permits, but Tony's got it.
So, as far as what we want out of this meeting, do we agree to hire somebody right now?
The water truck.
And you had a couple ideas of folks who were interested.
Oh, yeah, we can pursue it.
Because I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like the $25 and
Yeah,
also reasonable.
They have to have a CDL?
Yeah.
Is it realistic to get a CDL holder working for $25 an hour?
that was what the request
Sure,
was,
try.
at least one of the CDL drivers.
Wow, that's great.
The,
Speed limit, what do you want to do about the speed limit? We can put all the signs you want, but unless a deputy's out there.
I sure wouldn't mind seeing a solar, seeing what they cost. You know, see what another a few signs,
Yeah, I mean, I think they're pretty expensive.
are they, okay,
We can price them.
I mean, I'd be all right with, supporting a little bit of signage at, just somewhere around, just before Eureka, the Cole Ranch area. To slow that speed limit down to 10 miles an hour through Eureka, there's no reason for people to be going excessive speed limits in that, and where that main section of congestion is. And I don't think it's an unreasonable ask of the neighbors up there to ask for the same treatment as the Howardsville residents have had, whether people follow the speed limit or not. I think the solar signs are one thing, but I mean, even just the placard signs and just lowering the speed limits at 10 miles an hour, before Eureka would, if the residents will think it'll help, I'm not opposed to doing it officially. I wish that they had come to us and asked us if we would lower the speed limit to 10.
What are other
Instead of putting
counties
their own
doing?
signs up.
Like Lake City, they have huge development, like Waver Gold, there's all kinds of cabin development, stuff like that. Have they made core out of that? Do they have low speed limits? What are other counties doing? Just out of curiosity.
We met.
Chip sealing roads.
They got that.
That's ultimate, and that for this discussion is ultimately right, that's the only solution out there for the dust. That's the only not permanent solution, but
What's the cost of chip sealing per mile?
It's a lot.
high dollar.
Between the road base that's needed and the chip sealing happening there, we're talking $1 million probably.
This county does not have that kind of money.
No, and that's one of the questions that I would have asked these residents, is what's your temperature for your increase in property sales tax here to do this? And what's the temperature of this community in order to solve that issue? I think it's one of the most pressing issues that this county faces is dealing with our air quality.
So we do, Dolores County does, every commercial application that comes through the land use process that involves any use for the roads typically involves, an annual mag chloride contribution.
Hmm.
Kinder Morgan, Air Products, couple others, you know, anyone that heavily uses the road, is typically asked to agree to contribute to mag every year. But those are ongoing commercial users with.
Right.
And then during any construction phase, of course, there's always a mag component as well, depending on how many vehicle trips are gonna be. And then, I think we did have Kinder Morgan once contribute to, chip seal on one of the roads. And it was just a heavily used road that was almost.
Those are, you know, Morgan's a big player.
But-
With lots of
Yeah,
deep
but-
pockets.
but-
With
But,
the mines
we don't
and
have
stuff
When
here,
you
we
think
could,
about users,
we
you
could-
know, old hundreds a user, the ATV rentals user.
Eureka Campground,
Eureka Campgrounds
Yeah.
user, so.
Right.
Silverton.
Silverton Mountain,
Yeah, in a big way there, yeah.
And the water treatment plant.
and the water treatment plant. I was just gonna say the
Yeah.
EPA in general. I
Yeah.
just- Maybe it's not so much as a, we can rely on one user, but maybe we could, if we could ask, each ATV rental to contribute, $2 or $3 to the mag chloride or the.
They
chip
offered
seal
that,
fund.
remember, didn't they?
They did,
They
Yep.
offered that.
they did. But I think,
I mean, they'd be the first ones to benefit from
yeah. But, yeah. I think we should probably have another discussion about this, but
I do.
I think that, to start with as action items for this meeting, I think, I think we'll be able to hire driver and water trucks.
it.
To do it.
I think that's a good idea.
Has the county ever looked at impact fees at all?
For the,
Anything? I mean, it's pretty common now that, counties are looking at adopting impact fees, assessed against any development at all. And then, for each development permit, there's
Our problem here is just individual residential, not,
no, that applies to.
okay, every land use permit,
Hmm.
is that what you're talking about? That makes sense.
They're just a few.
I was gonna say,
Right.
It's not
10 or less a
cumulatively
year
enough.
isn't really cumulatively gonna make a
It's
huge
not gonna-
difference. But,
It's not gonna do it, it's not gonna cut it, is it?
We ran into the same thing over there as well.
yeah,
The volume wasn't enough.
Yeah, it's just-
And of course, you can't, tax vehicles out of the county. I mean, I think it's a good idea that, you buy a little tag and that money goes immediately in the mag chloride, but legally you can't do that, unfortunately. Which doesn't make sense to me.
yeah. And I don't talk to anybody in any federal agency without letting them know, that that's. Our county's 88% federal land, and this problem is a problem of visitors coming to visit federal lands. This,
And
we
they're
should be
going-
getting money from.
I agree with that.
They're going
Getting money from
across
CPW
our roads.
tax to maintain our roads.
I agree with that
We should be getting more
100%.
PILT money
Yeah.
for the visitation that we get. And I mean, if the EPA can spend $100+ million in our community and not contribute to the air quality problem when they're working to solve the water quality problem, then I just, if there's anybody here to talk about this, I would, love some support from these neighbors who are writing letters to us to also write letters to our federal and state representatives as well.
Absolutely,
I'm 100% on board on that.
yeah, and it should be based,
Absolutely.
it should be based on not. The population of the county, it should be based on the overall population, July 4th or July 5th, not just residents, but the entire population of the county. That's what that PILT and SRS money should be based on.
I think the number is 700,000 visitors in the Alpine Loop a year.
Wow.
And none of those visitors are contributing to the maintenance of the road.
Wow.
Or said put a toll bridge at Eureka, I like that idea.
Can't do that.
Kind of a blazing saddles toll bridge.
I'm not sure you could even reference Blazing Saddles anymore.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
That.
There's some folks here who've been patient now and waiting for
Okay.
next application. Do you guys feel like there's anything more to discuss here right now, or?
I think it's worth having another discussion on it though.
Yeah, for
After-
sure.
As far
After
as
we try the water truck
overall-
thing.
overall.
You guys
Yeah.
agree with that?
But at least this is an action item saying hire somebody to be running the water truck this summer. So,
Dude, if we're gonna
Absolutely.
talk about modifying speed limits on county roads, does that need to be a notice?
What's that?
If we're talking about modifying speed limits on county roads, is that something that we need to have a notice? You know, actionable voted item on the agenda?
I wanna talk with Bruce, when we go to adjust speed limits too.
Okay.
I think you, I mean, I don't know that it's required, but I think you'd wanna.
Yeah.
Wanna do it as a public.
Okay.
public hearing.
I think we should schedule and do that. I don't know if we wanna do it at our next meeting or the meeting after. But it'd also be great to have, representative from the sheriff
I was gonna say,
office
what
here.
if we
To
get
talk
the-
about,
A representative.
to talk about
from the
enforcement
office
and.
At the next meeting and discuss these issues with them and then.
Yeah.
Make a determination on how we might wanna proceed after that.
Okay, alright. I like that,
Sounds good.
okay. Any other further discussion before we move on to our land use application? All right, moving forward, we're gonna open up the public hearing for the Silver Cloud Lodge Plan Unit Development Preliminary Plan Application for Bonanza Way LLC. For those of you here to visit, for this, the process is we're gonna let our county representative, which is our administrator, introduce the project. We're gonna allow the applicant some time to present the application, and then we're gonna open up the commentary for public comment. So if you'll wait for patiently for those two items to happen before you're allowed public comment. Public comment will be allowed at 3 minutes a person. And you get one shot for speaking, and then we'll close the public hearing and open commissioner discussion. So, well, go ahead and
Okay, so this is a application for a planned unit development, a PUD. It was submitted by Mr. Colby Barrett, representing the Bonanza Boy LLC. It's named the Silver Cloud Lodge planned unit development. The proposal would include the development of a lodge on the Shelbyville Road. It's basically a 7,000 square foot 2-story timber frame structure that would have, that would be designed similar to the historic structures that were previously located in that area. The project will be off grid, so they will have a small hydropower and solar, biomass and backup generator. Heat pumps and wood stoves to heat and provide energy for the lodge. The second part of the development would occur on the Bonanza Load, which would be our Bonanza Boy, which would be their storage garage. They create 3 employee housing units, parking. The check-in registration area would be located on the Bonanza Boy as well. So essentially, this has gone through a sketch plan review, went to the planning commission for review, county commissioners for approval of the sketch plan. They're now in the preliminary plan process, gone to the planning commission for their review. They reviewed it. They recommended to the commissioners that you approve it with the conditions as listed in the staff report. I think basically Mr. Barrett has done a great job with his application. It's a little like reading for anybody
Yeah,
has trouble sleeping at night. But a lot of information. He's put together a lot of technical information for us. Kind of the way I look at this right now is there's, I don't want to say this. I see, roughly four primary issues. To, to look at, the big one, is, public health and safety, basically, safety, it's located in a high concentration of avalanche, access, highway access to and from the site, have avalanche issues as well, which, can greatly impact how the lodge is operated. The avalanche safety, part of his application was an avalanche safety plan. And it was prepared by Dynamic Avalanche Consultants Limited. It, basically identified the issues and put together a plan on how to manage those issues. The second item I see as a big issue is wetlands. Again, we've got two areas, the Shelbyville Lode and adjoining plains. Wetland delineation, he's also got a study done from MSI to as a plan for wetlands restoration and river restoration. The wetlands on the Bonanza Lode, he's done a delineation, he's got a delineation plan. And, basically in his narrative, his plans are to minimize the impacts on the wetlands as much as possible. I think probably we need, and obviously he's got to work with the Corps of Engineers and meet their legal obligations with the Corps of Engineers. I think what I see as missing is, or what I haven't been able to get my head wrapped around is what are the impacts going to be to the wetlands on the Bonanza Boy? What mitigation is happening? Those things, and I think, as he worked with the Corps, he may be a little bit better and answer those questions, but right now I see that there's a gap. I think visual impact is an issue. It is in the part of his property is in the scenic preservation district, which includes all sites along all property along 550, 1,500 feet from the center line. Most of his development is actually out of the scenic preservation district. Parking lot and driveway and so would be included in that district. I think he is making an attempt to minimize the visual impact of the proposed project. I think, and he has presented some drawings in his application that show what those visual impacts are. I think the one that I'm struggling with is not so much as you're driving by, but as you're coming down the pass and you're looking down on it, because of the parking lot areas and the houses, what is that visual impact going to be? And then finally, I think, to attempt to minimize the impact on the adjoining properties, both private and public. But private in particular, there is, the artist cabin out there. It's used as a vacation rental. It was used as a residence for years. It could at some point go back to being a residence. I think again, the parking and the driveway will have some impact on that property. His proposal for the garage and employee housing is kind of on the far end of his property, so he has done a good attempt to do his primary development as far away from his neighbors as possible. I think the air quality, he had proposed, wood stoves that, I think are in excess of our regulations, and I pointed that out in our staff report, in my staff report, and, at the planning commission. The employee housing, I think is, I think we're, not that we good, I think we've got to work on the agreement to where it's designed to, to assure that it, serves the people we need it to serve, and, long-term, not, not something in short-term that turned around to be, is sold as condos or something. And I don't think the applicant has any plans on doing something like that, but we don't know what their future holds and who, future owners may be, so I think we need to tie those knots up. And I think that's primarily, I provided some pictures, in your report, not that you all don't know where it's at, but, from up, on, Blakeland Road, looking over, give you a pretty good view of what is above the thing, and then in the previous report, I had some pictures from, the Bowling King, shooting down on it, so. Just kind of some ideas we have, this is a public hearing, we have received, some comments, I had 3 of them in your packet, and then there was 2 more that I received last night. I put those on your, on the table in front of you this morning. I did, send out, notice to, CDOT, Forest Service, all of the emergency services, requesting comment on the plan from them. Forest Service was the only one that responded. I think that's it.
Could you if you could just give a really super brief description of what this stage of the process is, and then what comes next? I think sometimes people might be helpful for people to understand that this isn't the final.
Right, so this is a preliminary plan.
And the history of what we already,
Right,
yes.
so okay, so basically we started out with, actually a land use application, to do the VCUP, the cleanup mine remediation of the mine dump up there. That was the first step. And, that went to planning commission and commissioners for, review and approval. And actually, even before that, Mr. Colby presented, to, both the planning commission and the commissioners, just the introduction of his project, just to give you an overall picture of what he was looking at doing. So then the next step was the sketch plan application. So submitted his application, it went to planning commission for review, their recommendation, and commissioners for review and a decision, and it was, the sketch plan was approved by the commissioners. We are currently in the preliminary plan stage, has been reviewed by the planning commission, they recommend approval, with conditions. It's at, the commissioners now for, you to hold a public hearing and make a determination. And, you have the option of approving it as submitted, approving it with conditions, tabling it for additional information, or denying it. Assuming it goes to the next step, it would be, final plan approval. And there's no vested rights until the final plan has been approved. So finally, would come back, he would submit, his application, anything that, any additional. Our concerns that we listed, address all the conditions that were, that the preliminary may have been approved for. You come into finally, that would go to the planning commission, for their review and recommendation, and back to the commissioners for review and recommendation. Some of the options that the commissioners may want to look at, as far as final approval is, because of, if you look at, his calendar for planning, you know, different, the development, not for planning, but for the implementation of several of his items, you know, he's, you may want to, approve it, in phases, you know, phase 1 being the lodge and the cabin, phase 2, being some of the recreation stuff. You know, I'm just thinking out loud right now. I mean, as, you may want to approve it as submitted. Any improvements are gonna require, coming in at least for an administrative review. And we may just do it that way and, earmark some of those to come back to the commissioner for review as well. If you know, if you feel like there's things out there that you want more input on, some of those other things that maybe we don't have enough details on yet.
Yeah, thanks, Billy. I think that's helpful for,
It can, sorry if I've missed a bit, and then just, so this is preliminary approval, and then there will be a final approval process, at least in addition to this as well. Mr. Barrett, would you like to start us off your presentation, and we didn't talk a lot about the specific details of your project, but I think a lot of that will come from the end. So.
Yeah, that's right, and thanks, everybody. We've I think this is our 6th of 8 meetings on this project, and really good feedback throughout. We've actually made a lot of changes as we've come through based on feedback we've gotten from a lot of folks here. So quick orientation, location of the Mill Creek Valley is kind of equal between Telluride Gray and Silverton there. You can see Columbine Lake in the top and then Chattanooga Curve in the bottom. This, I think, Willie went through. This is the approval time frame, so I won't spend much time on that, but we're essentially at the preliminary plan phase. We just got approval from the planning commission on this preliminary piece. And we started, if you guys remember, the V-Cup planning was around this time last year. So I guess on that, it's worth noting how the V-Cup's going. I just want to give you guys a quick update on that. In 2023, we got the mine adit drainage captured inside the mine and rerouted away from the waste rock. It was draining through waste rock and including Mill Creek, so we got that moved. The stormwater detention pond is lined and operational. The tracking pad is installed and operational. All of our erosion control and wattling is operational. The portal's opened. I put in here first time in 50 years. I guess the planning commission pointed out it was 47 years. So we're close. The retaining wall that's retaining the waste rock that was falling into Mill Creek is about 40% complete and going well. This year, our plan is to get this totally done before the snow flies. That's our deadline with the state. We'll complete the retaining wall, permanently stabilize the portal with a locked door. We'll do our underground work to generate pad capping material, cap the pad, and then finally clean up the site. And if you can see the visual, kind of the different chunks to that, I put the percentages in there so you guys can get a sense of where we're at. That work is going really, really well. Some stuff from earlier, I guess, maybe about a month ago, you guys can see the stormwater retention pond or detention pond there on the left. It shows out there, part of the retaining wall in. We're using all on-site rock, so it kind of blends into the local environment. And then you can see the condition of the portal is in pretty good shape. the rock, everything in there was much better than we expected. So we're really happy with the condition of the rock. We've had a couple different geotechnical engineers to look at the rock structure in there, and it's really solid, so. So all good news on the VCAP so far. In terms of the planned unit development, what I wanted to do to kind of break this up into manageable chunks is really look at this in 4 pieces. So the upper piece, the number 1 would be trail, via ferrata, and primitive camping. This is all happening pretty far up the valley above the lodge. Number 2 is the lodge. Then number 3 is below the lodge, which is our glamping, hydro house, and then wetlands creation and stream restoration. And then number 4 is the employee housing and parking. That's close to the artist cabin on the Bonanza Boy mill site. So I'll just kind of go through them 1 through 4. And stop me if with any questions, but I'm happy to take them at the end too. In terms of an overarching plan here, our principles on this development is honoring the rich mining history of the area. Instead of building, we want to rebuild. So both of our main buildings are on places where there used to be building footprints. It's harder to tell down by the Bonanza Boy where Chattanooga was. But certainly at the lodge site, we're essentially rebuilding a boarding house that was there back in 1912. And so we've consulted with the Historical Society, we've taken archaeological inventories on both sites as well as the whole road up to it. So really done a pretty thorough job on understanding what was there, what's there now, what needs to get preserved, and those kind of things. In terms of environmentally, we really want to go beyond kind of causing no harm. We'd like to actually improve it and really involve a lot of partner organizations. So obviously the phase 1 is the voluntary cleanup with CDPHE. I've talked about that a little bit. We're also going to be doing stream improvement that will conduct it almost 1/4 mile of the stream. There will be a net wetlands gain on this project. I don't have the exact ratio, but I'm proposing around 10 times the amount of wetlands lost to gain. So I think on the Bonanza Boy, it's less than 0.2 acres that we're looking at disturbing, and it'll be multiple acres in the stream restoration project. Mountain Studies Institute is heading that up. We've also been working with Trout Unlimited, Army Corps, Forest Service. I'm meeting with CPW aquatic biologists today on site to talk about possible reintroduction of native cutthroat. It may not be possible, but we're at least asking questions. And so that's been a really interesting project so far. We want to minimize the visual impact and then also create something that San Juan County can be really proud of. So we've done the visual studies. I'll show those in this presentation. I think there are also some of them in your packet. A lot of the infrastructure we're trying to build underground for various reasons, but visual impact's a big piece. And then once we get this done, pending approval, it will be the first mine lodge that we know of in North America and the first via ferrata in San Juan County. And then number 4 is really allowing people to safely explore this amazing valley. So as we've talked about before, all the winter activities are guided. Summer activities are really going to be encouraged to be guided, but we will have people, using trails and stuff without a guide. Our avalanche safety plan is the same scope and level that you would do if you were starting a new ski area. So it's industrial level. We did this with international and local experts, plus CDOT. We've got active mitigation and closure criteria defined. And we've also talked with local fire, EMS, search and rescue on our overall emergency response plan, which includes everything from mudslides to active shooter to wildfire, pretty much any bad condition you can think of. So point 1, trails and via ferrata above the lodge. You can see on the right, kind of idea where those trails are at. It looks pretty busy, but it is pretty steep terrain, so there'll be some switchbacks and those kind of things. The bottom left shows, when I say trail, that's kind of the standard we're going towards. We'll be using Forest Service guidance on that kind of stuff, but it'll be kind of like, if you hike up to Columbine Lake, single track, relatively primitive trails. The via ferrata, we're also wanting to keep that impact pretty minimal, so if any of you guys have done the Uray or Telluride via Ferrata, it's kind of similar to that, some bolted, handholds in the rock. As well as, some cable work as well. A lot of that will have to be taken down, in the winter, just to preserve it from any possible snow loads or avalanche issues. Camping areas above the lodge, this is summer only, nothing in the winter. You got 5 hike to areas identified. These would be primitive, no water, flush toilets or etc. I put up to 5 tent spots in each one of them, but some of them are too small for that. So that's kind of an absolute maximum. And you can think of these as groover toilets, fire pits and picnic tables, not much else. So this is where those primitive areas are. It's pretty much some of the flat spots. As you go up, they'll be connected with our trail network. Toilet, a groover that we bring up there in the late spring with a little privacy thing, and then we'd be taking that out. So this would be wood chips and plastic bags kind of stuff. We'll have a fire pit up there. This will probably remain in place year round. Groups would pack in their own firewood. And then we do have a fire safety plan for this. So there's gonna be a lot of times when those aren't usable. We'll also have a picnic table. These will probably be disassembled in the fall and stored on site, but that's the only other amenities we'll have up there. So moving on to the second piece, the lodge construction. The overarching plan here is to say, how do we clean up this mine and then bring it back to 1912? So you can see there, we've got this picture from the Historical Society of the buildings that were down there at the time. I took this picture from relatively the same angle. And interestingly, you can see that they had water going through their waste rock even back in 1912. If you look at it down here at the bottom of the picture, you can see the waste rock water coming out. We've fixed that now. So our first step with the architects was actually using that picture, figure out what the footprints and the location and the structure of these buildings was back then, get that onto our topo so we could start from that as a concept. And then on the left is kind of the footprint of the old buildings, at least the ones we could see in the picture. We think there was some more to the left that we weren't able to get pictures of. And then on the right, kind of imposing our concepts on what was there before and trying to mimic that as much as possible. We also tried to mimic the architectural elements. So on the left is kind of our plan. On the right is what was there before. Had a lot of discussion around dormers. I know they're a real pain in the butt with lots of snow, but kind of honoring that historical look, maybe worth the hassle of keeping those clear. So that kind of gives you an idea of what we're looking at. Again, not a perfect replica, but trying to really honor the same shaping and sizing and massing and those kind of things. In terms of visual impacts, this is from 550. You basically can't see the lodge from there. On the left side of that curve, you can kind of see up there, but it's more than a half a mile up the road outside of the scenic. So I think the only thing you would notice as you drove past would be, instead of a big yellow waste rock pile, it'd be native stone on the retaining wall. So that's kind of the biggest visual impact or change. We're also going to be using innovative materials. So this is the solar panel developed in Slovenia that looks like rusty metal. They use it for a lot of their historic preservation projects. So that's what we'd be using for our solar panels instead of big, black or what's the other color, kind of a dark purple. So we're going to avoid those kind of visual impacts. Underground, I mentioned this is the first project like this in North America, but it has been done in Sweden. This is a silver mine there, and these are some of the looks and feels of what we'll be able to build there. And the rock, like I said, is in really good shape. So these things are practical. We've got our preliminary geotechnical report saying that we can span almost 25 feet in this material with roof bolting, and so that opens up a lot of geometries for underground work. Some more Sala silver mine picture is just kind of an interesting shot on what can be done and the uniqueness of being able to repurpose this old mine infrastructure into something that can be used for tourism purposes now. So we talked about the lodge. We'll also have a tunnel. We'll be following the main tunnel that's there right now and making it slightly wider. We'll then be going to an elevator all inside the rock and going up to create 5 waterfall rooms. So these rooms, you can't see them from the road. I had to come over on the other side of the creek to be able to take this picture, but this is basically where the emergency exits and those rooms would be. The intention being that they look out, they're on the cliff and they can look out to see the waterfall in that gorge. With the alignment of that gorge though, they're not visible from Highway 550. And this is from across the gorge looking out. You can see their approximate locations of where those rooms will exit onto the cliff. Some more views of what that cliff looks like. And this is a pretty notional schematic there of what those rooms would look like. We'd have a steel deck that we'd be able to winch up during times when we were worried about snow loads or avalanche issues. This has been done, not an old mine, but in Entrada Sandstone in Boulder, Utah. So this is kind of what those look like. It's a glass facade that's recessed into the rock. Should mention that we're proposing a minor road realignment here. Forest Service Road 821, or County Road 15. We've run that past the Forest Service. They're in agreement with this, but it's probably 18 months to get approval from them, and we started last fall. It's all going great, but we're still waiting for that. The intention here is this road really has 2 characteristics. If you guys have driven it up until the Silver Crown mine, the waste rock that you see, it's almost a 2-wheel drive road. It's pretty flat, not a lot of issues. Above that, the average grade is over 22%. It's really a pretty hardcore Jeep road above that. So what we're proposing here is we'll expand the turnaround at that location and then have an interpretive sign talking about Silver Crown mine and those kind of things. And then the new road will come off from there and be at that around 20% grade, like kind of characteristic of what's above that. With our thinking being, if somebody comes up in a Jeep, they stop, read the sign, great, let's go up. If they're in there in a minivan, they stop there, read the sign, turn around, go back. It's kind of what happens now, except it wouldn't be on the waste rock pile. And this is all on our land. All right, so moving on to piece 3, the lower glamping area. Again, this is summer only use. The glamping sites will be accessible only from the lodge above with a lodge ATV to get people down there. I want to be very clear, this is not an ATV resort. We're not going to be renting ATVs. It's just, we'll have one for the lodge to go bring people's stuff down there. So that'll shuttle people in and out. The glamping locations will be part of the wetland stream improvement project. We're proposing 8 sites that would be integrated into the stream and the wetlands and the willows here. The recreated wetlands. The amenities here would be a little bit more extensive, shared showers and flush toilets. The tents would be on wooden or stone platforms. They would be canvas with picnic tables and fire pits. And so you can see this is the lower valley. So the lodge is up on the left and Highway 550 is on the right. You can see in yellow our land ownership, the rest is Forest Service land. And in red is where we would be putting the glamping pads. This is all kind of in the same context of our stream improvement and wetlands creation project. So this is the plan, the preliminary plan that MSI has put together here. The thought process here is that mining roads and previous impacts have kind of pushed the stream over against the southern slope. And so it's pretty sterile. As it goes farther down and get past Highway 550, it becomes really good habitat. There's beaver dams in there and all kinds of really good wetlands. And then beyond that, there's the iron fens and other really good stuff there. But Mountain Studies Institute did a comprehensive study of where stream restoration would be most impactful. for Mineral Creek and the Animas in general. And this spot came up as, I should have put this in here, but it came up as like deep red in terms of very critical habitat to be improving. So it's a short stretch, but it is important. So what we'd be doing is using beaver dam analogs and different stream diverters, kind of wetting that whole meadow. We integrate our camping into that, and then doing a number of other things to increase the wetland size and the habitat for, with the hope that maybe beavers would come up there, maybe not. You can't really guess at what they're gonna do, but they're farther down. Again, this is all avalanche terrain, so that's another consideration. And this is kind of for the stream itself, adding big boulders and large pools, to kind of increase the habitat available, especially for trout in that stream. So in terms of the glamping area, we've got toilet showers, men's and women's flush toilet showers. It's gonna be adjacent to our hydro generation house, but built into the hillside. So I've got a kind of schematic picture there like that, not as creepy, but that's, you know, these are metal that are sealed and shut in the winter.
Can I interrupt?
Sure, yeah.
Cause I couldn't get through all of it, but the glamping, are you gonna, you say flush toilets? I didn't see in there, are you gonna have your own septic system for the glamping area?
Exactly right,
Okay,
yeah.
I just didn't get it.
And we've been able to just place that septic, to make sure it doesn't interfere with the wetlands restoration. You kind of tuck it around the side.
Okay.
So when you think about glamping, this is kind of what we're looking at, you know, wooden platform, canvas tent, picnic table and fire pit. These would all be removed other than the pad, and the fire pit in the, for winter. Oh, sorry. And then, adjacent to the showers and everything like that is the hydro generation house. Again, it's being built into the hillside, basically like a bunker. Really just housing our turbines, and then to get like a 10 by 10 structure we need for the hydro. It's pretty minimal. All right, so moving on to the last piece of the project, which is down at the Bonanza Boy Mill site near the artist cabin. This is kind of a surveyed view of that with the old road. You can see the artist cabin, and then Highway 550 there as well. So the first thing we did here was delineate the wetlands and then look at where can we build that would be the least impact. And we use that kind of holistically. So least impact to wetlands, least impact to people driving around 550, least impact to people using the artist cabin. And so we identified 4 possible building sites. You can see number 1 is closest to the road. 2 is kind of in the middle, 3 is down there at the south, and then 4 is that southwest corner of the building. We came up with a matrix. We looked at cost, how much wetland are we having to cross? What's the visibility from the road? What's the visibility from the artist cabin? Can we screen it with vegetation? And what's our parking capacity? In talking to Wes a few weeks ago, I feel like I should have put in wildlife corridors in there as well as an additional criteria, but using these criteria, number 4 was the one that had carried the most points. And so if you look, this would be site number 1, and this is number 4. So you can see quite a bit farther back. So we chose site number 4 as our proposed location for the employee housing. And again, instead of starting with what we wanted to build and then fitting that over wetlands, we started with wetlands and figured out how to build within that. So you can see this is our disturbance. We've got our driveway coming in, the parking lot there, harvesting some of the upland area on the top to the right. And then putting some additional parking and showers there kind of in the middle in that upland area, and then doing most of our structural work in that southwest corner. So I think the disturbance on this, I mapped it last night, it's less than 0.2 acres on this site. So really something we wanted to not you know, mess with the wetlands too much. It's a really cool feature out there. We're also, I didn't put this in the PowerPoint, but step one here is just avoiding as many wetlands as we can. Step two is obviously during construction using mats and those kind of things to avoid that disturbance. And then we'll be using what are called permeable roads in this structure. So it's using open graded material and geotextiles to make sure that water can flow through that, because even if you don't disturb a wetland, if you screw up the water flow, that can be an issue as well. So those are our three main points here in terms of dealing with the wetlands: avoidance, mats during construction, and other best practices, as well as permeable features throughout. This is the shower facility kind of in the middle there. That would be for our campers. Once they get done camping and everything like that, they can come down and use this facility. And then this, the inspiration for everything we've done down there was really the old Chattanooga town site, as well as the buildings in the area right now. So we have these historic pictures of Chattanooga. The artist cabin is right next door. There's an old ore chute across the road, and then an old outbuilding. So we're kind of trying to mesh those. We're not, in this case, rebuilding an exact structure. We're kind of trying to amalgamate what was there and what's there now. In terms of where this was or how it looked historically, this picture is not big enough. But if you look on the red X is basically where we're proposing to build. So pretty close to the footprint of the old Chattanooga town site. And you can kind of see that in the picture down below. One of the things that came up in previous meetings with the planning commission and with you guys was really what's the visibility here. And I thought it'd be helpful to see, these are pictures taken from the build site looking out. And so you can see looking north, you can obviously 550, both the lower and the upper 550 are visible. Looking east towards the artist cabin with the willows and the screening there, you can really only see the top bit of the artist cabin. And then looking southeast, then you can see Highway 550. So those are some of the views from the building site. In terms of looking down at the building site, we did a visibility study. That was an ask from this group when we met last with the sketch plan stage. And the request was, don't just look at it from Highway 550 right against it, but let's look at it from above, because you do see it from Highway 550 twice here. So this is in your guys' report, but that's basically looking down. You can see the parking lot there, the artist cabin, their driveway, as well as the proposed structures.
You blow that picture up.
That's my PowerPoint skills here. Let's see. I think I can. Is that blowing up there?
Yeah.
So this is the existing driveway in the artist cabin here, a couple other buildings on that front. We'd be utilizing a lot of the old road that's in there. What's new is you can see these parking lot in the upland area. This parking lot is in the existing upland area, and then the road down to the employee housing, which is against the creek. And I can make it a little bit bigger too, if that can go or more. So that's the view from up above. And then from 550 to this. Okay, that's normal. This is from 550. We didn't provide any screening on this. We wanted to say, hey, if we just do this with no screening, what does it look like? And these are the views kind of coming down 550 of the proposed structures in the parking lot. They kind of, from that angle, blend in pretty well into the willows, but we are also really open to other screening mechanisms here. That's pretty easy for us to add in if needed. And this is, once you've passed it, you're looking at the artist cabin, looking back up. That's the main view that you'd be seeing. And then, I'm sorry. This is kind of all the way past the artist cabin, looking up. So I think it's 6 total views that we provided. But if there's more that would be helpful, we can do that as well. All right. So I think I've talked about a few of the things that, Willie had talked about, so. Wetlands, the visibility, a little bit about the adjoining property, impacts. The biggest piece is the avalanche, plan, so we now have a complete, avalanche safety plan that's in your packet. So this was prepared by Dynamic, input from, Helitrax as well as the CDOT, winter operation teams, as well as CAIC. We're all involved in this preparation. So really, there's three safety components to think about: structures, the lodge access and use, and then recreation. That's how we broke it up. The structures is, are the buildings going to be destroyed? Are they in a safe place? Can they be mitigated? The lodge access and use is getting between those structures. There's hazard associated with that. And then recreation, if somebody's going to go backcountry skiing or whatever, they're gonna be snowshoeing, how do we make that safe and mitigate that risk? And so the first one, our structures, basically came through and said, if you went in this site for 300 years and saw the worst possible scenario, what kind of loading and what direction are those loadings coming from? And so what they modeled, the avalanche guy modeled, was basically a large avalanche coming down and filling up the entire chasm there, and then another, I think, series of slides coming from the south. So it was kind of like not only the biggest snowpack, but also like an orientation of multiple slides interacting to create a worst case scenario. And so, okay.
Can I ask what the vertical distance is, from the lodge to the valley floor?
For the lodge to the valley floor is, I think, around 450 vertical feet. Yeah, the lodge is at 10.8, and then that valley floor, call it 10.4, something like that. Okay. And a little lower at the Bonanza Boy mill side, maybe 200, 300 feet lower. Yeah. So what we did here is to say, okay, what are the loads? Where are they coming from? Is it feasible? Do we need fences? And where we came to is essentially, we are going to put a fence in. See, my cursor's not right up here. We will have a fence farther down at the top of the lodge to deal with some of those shorter avalanches coming down. And then we've got some berm protection there from the south. And so now, knowing all the loads, we're able to actually say, is it feasible to design foundations and walls and these kind of things in there? And the answer is yes. We're also designing the entire structure to deal with 50 PSF, which is like a category 3 or 4 hurricane. So that'd be windows, doors, those kind of things. And that's the worry there, is just powder from avalanches that aren't doing any kind of direct hit. So what we found then is the structure piece is solvable, even with the 300-year events here. And you can see some of the mitigation things there in terms of dealing with characterizing existing berms and strengthening those, structural reinforcement, and then looking at a fence to the south to deflect some of that dense flow, and then reinforced glass, window shutters, and those kind of things for 50 PSF. So that's like 120 mile-an-hour wind or something like that. So similar to what folks in Florida have to deal with in terms of windows and doors, but a little bit different in this case. In terms of the employee housing and garage location, we mapped the Eagle glide path. There is a slight chance that you see a little bit of powder, but we're not seeing any kind of direct hits on that, which kind of makes sense. This area right here is where the CDOT guys shoot their howitzers from. So kind of the same area being close to, but outside the main hazard area there. So issue number 2, hazards to the access road and people immediately outside the lodge. This is managed through forecasting and active mitigation. So we've got daily forecasting. We'll have a forecaster on site. Restrictions and closures during periods of elevated hazard. We're predicting 30% occupancy in the winter, and part of that is we're just gonna have a lot of times that it's closed. It's like Silverton Mountain, when you wanna go ski there, it's not always possible. Avalanche control using helicopter and case charging. We are also looking at using an avalauncher as well. And so we've run through that plan with Helitrax and with CDOT. CDOT was actually interested in teaming up on some of these missions, because it's apparently not kind of a pain in the butt to do the howitzer stuff, and so we just hit their paths with our mission, and that's kind of a cost savings for them as well. And we've got the avalanche safety plan as a standard operating procedure. On the right is kind of our standard form for daily forecasting. So on this, when we talk about the daily forecasting, summer, obviously no risk, winter risk there, and then shoulder season, there's gonna be a determination on when that starts or ends. We're typically gonna be December through April, but that could be November until May. That would be the call of the on-site forecast, then this would start and end. And that's an active program there. So we've also we're gonna be using low, moderate, considerable, and high as our decision matrix. This would be related to, but not tied exactly to CAIC levels. There could be a chance when CAIC is at moderate and we're at considerable, or vice versa. But as you guys know, the avalanche danger for an entire county can vary considerably inside that county. So this is for the Mill Creek Valley, on its own. So some of the stuff we'll be doing on the road, gate and rodeo control, stopping in avalanche areas, use of spotters and closed vehicles, and closure of road. This is grade 21 or 15. And then near the lodge area, limiting the outside exposure where people can be, and then obviously temporary closure of the lodge would be definitely used pretty much everywhere. Explosive avalanche control, this is for our larger paths. We can also use case or hand charging or the avalauncher for shorter slopes. We're estimating about 2 or 3 missions per month. And this would be coordination with CDOT winter operations stream and Helitrax. And we've talked extensively with these guys. So that's how we develop the plan. Appendix D talks about how that works, who talks to who and when, and it's very well laid out.
Could I ask a question?
Sure.
Do you mind? So, County Road 15? All right, so you'd be asking to control traffic on County Road 15, and you'd also previously said you wanted to realign County Road 15 and add a
Right.
turnaround there.
Yeah.
And then, so is your proposal that you control that access road from 550 all the way past the lodge? And then you make the
Yeah.
decisions on when it would be opened or closed instead of the county making the decisions?
So that's a really good question. So I guess
Thanks.
one of the things that we've seen so far, our work with I'll back up a little bit. The Forest Service calls it 821. I don't know that they recognize the county jurisdiction. I'm kind of like not taking a stance on that, but what they've said is we would like you guys to gate this for winter season, because right now it's closed when it's snowy out, just because it's covered with snow. We're getting permission from the Forest Service to maintain and plow that. So our worry is if we plow that and make it accessible in times that it was not in the past, we can increase risk to the public. So we've talked with the Forest Service about if we gated here for winter, much like Yankee Boy Basin Road is done, like what are your guys' thoughts on that? They're very pro on that, but they said that they can't accept that application until their next travel management plan is going, and that'll be in like 1.5 or 2 years. So the proposal would be, my ideal, I think, safest situation is that thing is gated for times when there's high avalanche danger and that gate is closed. Right now, it doesn't limit any public access because it's not plowed anyway. It would have already been inaccessible to the public. So that's the point. So
Yeah.
up until that point, I think what we do is use snowcats. instead of plowing it, just to make sure we're not increasing the risk to the public by making something accessible in a time that it historically has not been accessible.
No, I'm not as concerned over practical matters, that's for these guys.
Yeah.
But for legal, we'd want to be careful that's not an illegal delegation of authority over a road. If it is a county road, then the county has to have final say in what happens on that road, and access can't be shut off by a private individual.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, that could also occur through coordination with the road and bridge department and Forest Service, so I just want to just be aware of it, that we
Yeah.
want to make sure that we're not just giving up authority over a road.
Right.
Dennis, how would that fit into the court case that happened over in Uray County?
Well, still, that's all controlled by the county, so the county can make decisions on road closures. That, at least initially, would appear to be perfectly fine for the county to close that road seasonally. My concern is if you delegated that to a private entity to decide who gets to go up a county road, that's not gonna fly.
Yeah, it's just not very precedent either for.
You can't do it,
Yeah.
you can't do it.
And I think that's the coordination there is obviously CDOT, Forest Service and county to make sure we're making the right, safety decisions, but that is my big worry is that. Without that coordination, we could be, by plowing it, making it accessible to folks in a way that it wasn't in the past, and that's the worry.
Well, and the plowing aspect again is another thing that I think you're asking in your application for a plow permit is what you're asking for. Again, I don't know if that's a county, I'm assuming it's a county road, it says County Road 15, that would be my assumption. But if there's joint jurisdiction or whatever, I think it could be overcome very easily with coordination, and everyone would get used to, figuring out if the gates open or closed and who's plowing and who's not plowing. I'm just red flagging a potential legal issue that we would want to avoid.
I won't go too far into the ASP because that full version is in your guys' package, but these are some of the things that are in their roles and responsibility, all the way down to signage, worker training, guest training, rescue plan, and a full atlas. There is kind of precedent for this. You talk about Uray County, the Uray Silver Mines former management helped provide input on this based on how the Camper Mine Road is managed. So we had a starting point that was pretty much a full paper. Selfishly, I think we've kind of improved upon that. We've created something that I think is even better, but certainly had a great model to go through. And again, CAIC, CDOT, Heli Tracks, and then all the camper examples as well. So we got that done. We actually had 2 winter seasons to develop that. So all the experts that were building this skied here and saw this area. It wasn't done from afar, and we got that done in Gulfport. This is a kind of an interesting example. The Campbird Mine Road Avalanche Safety Plan crosses 28 major slide paths and 6 minor paths between the gate and the revenue grade bore. Our portion of the road that we're having to deal with is just 2 and 3 minor. So a much smaller chunk, but a lot of the stuff is the same. If we're actively mitigating, we're actively mitigating. It's important to note that Heli Tracks does the active mitigation for the Campbird Mine Road when it's in operation. So it'd be, the same guys that are doing this, just one basin over.
Can you zoom into that a little bit there?
Yeah. Which part?
I kind of like to see both individually there, but yeah, just because you were saying, map 2 and map 3 there.
Tell me which way to go. This is Uray. So obviously that's the gate.
Yeah.
Going up to Campbird Mine Road.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Campbird Mine right here. And so this is their main one. I think there's multiple maps that are more detailed.
Yeah.
I didn't put those in the PowerPoint. And then for us, we've got 3 small ones. So this is just a little Little one up here we call Hydro Hill. There's a small one that's possible here, a small one here, and then this main slide, Bullion King and Silver Cloud. So Bullion King's almost a joint jurisdiction with CDOT there, on Highway 550, and then you've got Eagle and Telescope and some of those other famous ones, or infamous ones farther down on 550.
Okay, thanks.
So, yeah. Okay, and this is just an example of the previous one, from the URA side. So then the third piece of hazard is recreational activity, so you kept people safe as they get to the lodge and outside of it, the lodge is safe, but then somebody goes and snowshoes out and gets killed, right? So recreational activities is the third category of keeping people safe. Everything with exposure to avalanche hazard is guided. Hard stop, this isn't like the way Cypress Hut kind of runs where they get here and do your own thing. There is no unguided activity here in the winter. There is exposure to avalanche paths in the lower Mill Creek drainage, so we were talking about all that wetlands improvement projects, there's paths from both sides there, and so a lot of times our recreational activities won't be there. So you'll have to go up to 550, we'll have to go ski Silverton. That's going to be a very common occurrence, I think, in this lodge. And it's not something that relies on direct access to recreation. And this risk to gas is really primarily managed through hazard avoidance and group management through guiding. And we wouldn't have our own guides. It would be guides out of Silverton and guides out of Uray, even possibly Telluride, that you'd be subcontracting that out to. So people that know this area. Yeah, and in terms of just some of the stuff that goes on there now, this is the ski atlas for the San Juans here. Just right around the corner is quite a few pretty good runs there, but all of these has risk. I would point out, Sam's Trees was the fatality not too long ago there. Chattanooga North is kind of comes right down into the lodge location, so some great skiing there, but there's only certain times of the year that's feasible. So that group management, hazard avoidance, and active guiding is really what keeps the guests safe in this area. I think.
Will you be mitigating that Chattanooga North?
No. We did some analysis of like what comes up and hits the road. And what we're seeing there is more powder kind of stuff, which can be mitigated with enclosed vehicles. So unless we see, serious stuff coming up and all the way to the road, we wouldn't consider mitigating that. Now, I have a caveat there. It's not like, I think this one right here comes into, I don't even think it's a named run, but that one is our major slide path to the south. That one would be actively mitigated.
Gotcha.
So just that one is the one that we're looking at right now. Most of the ones that affect the road are all in the south facing slopes. Yeah. And then in terms of backcountry skiing and those kind of things, like all the activity that happens there now, we're fine with, and that crosses our land, but we're very open to backcountry access and travel and those kind of things. So no issues with that. I think that's all the prepared content I have. I'm happy to take any questions on any of these pieces.
Comments from the public or?
Yeah, I think unless there's any specific directed questions from the commissioners or staff, then I think it's time to open up public comment. I think we'll start with some of the folks in the room here. Wes, would you like to start?
Yeah.
Just from there, just please state your name for the record and.
Right, my name is Wes Burr. I live here in Silverton. Bought a house here in 2010, so I've been here over 14 years. Very much a backcountry outdoor enthusiast. I'm also a professional wildlife photographer So I spend a lot of time out with the wildlife and the area that, we're talking about here. Up, that whole area, whatever, up above Chattanooga, I'm the artist cabin, I spend a lot of time out there. Looking for and photographing wildlife in that area, so I'm quite familiar with. That area, of course, as we noted, that the wetland area there is a lot of wetland habitat, and of course. You know, a big reason for the laws and stuff protecting that, and I'm really not totally versed on the laws and Army Corps of Engineers and all that, but obviously that process has to go. Be dealt with or whatever, but the reason for that or whatever is because that's ideal wetland habitat, and we have a lot of wildlife and stuff. And it's a primary for me because of the wildlife, some things I'll note, as a lot of you commissioners are certainly aware. There's a lot of moose in that area or whatever. Past a bull moose, a couple feet off the road, right before the Chattanooga curve, about 9:30 coming back from Uray last night. The last 3 years, we've had moose calves born in that immediate area of the artist cabin. There's a moose calf up there now that they typically kind of hang back in the trees there. So the area that he identified, kind of for the worker housing and stuff, and back in those trees. And then there's a road back kind of behind the trees there, just the and its blades. That if you go back up there, like right now, I guarantee you'll see tons of hoof prints and stuff. It's kind of a natural corridor for a lot of the animals that kind of travel along the creek there, and they'll go up in the wetland areas and stuff up there. I've also seen elk calves up there this spring, deer fawns, and so a lot of goats, whatever, give birth in that wetland area. Of course, beaver activity. And the beavers kind of create the wetlands or whatever, and then it's great habitat for birds and everything. There's a lot of wildlife. I want to say whatever in the criteria that they made for the. I just kind of wanted to give you a little context on some of the wildlife there. I'm happy to answer more questions, but that my primary concern or whatever this is that wetland area down near the artist cabin. Not so much the stuff up the because of all that wildlife activity. And I'll just say that yeah, so the matrix that he had in terms of kind of figuring out locations, you know, back in the trees or whatever, it's like so much of the wildlife use that corridor and stuff like that. I guess, like if I were to add a 5th category on this thing or whatever in terms of wildlife impact, I would probably rate the stuff back further from the highway as kind of a more impact or whatever on the wildlife. Obviously, you already have traffic and stuff on 550 that the wildlife come out early in the morning and evenings and stuff. So I just kind of wanted to kind of give you my perspective on some of the wildlife impacts, and specifically in that area for the proposed area 4 he's talking about, or whatever, the parking and that employee housing and stuff like that.
And this is kind of the, some of those roads you can see in this picture
That's right.
here, right?
So there's a lot of, you'll find evidence of a lot of animals, and that road there is gated off. It's open to pedestrians and stuff like that or whatever, but the owners and stuff will have it gated off to vehicles. So if you hike up there, which is perfectly legal according to the owners, you'll see a lot of that evidence. Anyway, that's my comment.
I have a question for you, Wes.
Yes.
You're talking about elk calves, different things being born there. Are you seeing elk use that road as a corridor, and do you see activity as far as the elk going up Mill Creek towards Columbine Lake? I don't know it personally, Austin, I know you hunt. Is there an elk corridor connecting the Columbine Lake area down to this area?
Ooh, that's a good question.
The reason I bring that up is because you're planning tons of activity along Mill Creek there, and if that's an elk migration or corridor area, it's going to have a big impact, and that's why I'm asking.
So this spring, I saw a lot of elk activity. So that road back there in the trees, those Sam's laid some of those abbey paths and stuff up there. I often in the morning would see them up there, and they would come down to that road and actually down into the creek and stuff like that. I also see them a lot of times crossing 550, going up that slope near the artist cabin, and then crossing 550 again and going that steep slope to the upper Alpine. I've seen them kind of making that, going through that corridor. So it's a heavily traveled wildlife corridor with lots of elk activity, and I don't know exactly what.
Did you see, do you remember seeing elk on the north facing slope there, where, just kind of right, like.
North facing right here.
Yeah, like just bring that all the way up through Mill Creek. You see, there's gotta be elk activity all the way through there, and then the question I have is, are they going up Mill Creek? Towards
Mill Creek, you're talking about,
Oh,
sorry, I don't
sorry,
know.
I'll back up a little bit. Mill Creek would be
Yeah, I
this,
can show
this
it.
steep drainage here with the water.
Oh, up there.
Mm.
I see most evidence of them up kind of around Lower Mill Creek.
But I'm kind of talking, is there any kind of migratory pattern paralleling Mill Creek here? Or
I can't
is it
say
too
what-
steep? I mean, I'm sure they're coming up in the trees here.
Yes,
Are you seeing elk up in Columbine Lake area?
no,
Okay,
that doesn't mean they're not. I just,
yeah, just,
And from my observations up there, I've seen a few big does up in the tundra kind of around Columbine Lake. It seems like they get into that steep corridor there.
Yeah.
I've not seen any elk sign in the area that we're talking about up here, but I've seen some random moose poop and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I've seen bears and stuff up higher or whatever towards above the log area and stuff, whatever. Ungulates not quite as much, although then further over towards Red Mountain, we've seen them heading up.
you ever seen lynx?
Up there, no.
I mean, that's prime lynx habitat for sure.
Yeah. I've not run across. Might have seen some tracks just above the hairpin. Yeah, actually, no, I have. I have seen some link tracks above the hairpin. There's a lot of snowshoe hares. Tiger marmots and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
lots of food sources.
Yeah.
I typically see the elk much higher on that Mill Creek side in the north facing stuff there, if they're gonna be up there, but I've seen
Like
high up in the
above
tundra
Sam-
above.
above Sam's in that area up there.
Yeah, in that area, and even around the side, I think actually Dehurst did a bowl on the, like, pretty high up there in Mill Creek and those kind of willows. On that north facing terrain, but
here.
pretty high up there, and
Okay.
they're not typically that low down in the valley.
What I was just getting at is because of the planned activity along Mill Creek, is that gonna affect any migratory patterns about going to Columbine Lake, going into Bridal Veil Basin, going into
They just go
Bear
everywhere up
Creek? I
there.
mean, they just.
Columbine Lake, all the way across the highway, back and forth across Ohio Peak on the
Right. I
backside.
mean, they're everywhere. over there.
They're just everywhere, but they like to hang out at tree line, that they'll come down into the lower valleys sometimes, but that's not their preferred area to be.
I agree.
All right, next public comment?
I'll give a quick comment. Yeah, my name's Isaiah Branch Boyle. On my dad's side, we've been here for 4 generations. My grandpa Billy Boyle worked in the game bird mine, a bunch of guys are here. My great aunt Bridget built the home house. And I mean, like, listening and seeing this plan and everything, it sounds like an amazing, beautiful idea. Like, it's so cool. I love all like the innovative tactics, everything that's going into it. And like, what I'm curious about, and maybe that's just a different meeting, is that like, this is supposed to be a business. Like, will it make any money after you put all this investment into it? When Uray already has a world-class, world-famous ice park, world-class, world-famous Via Ferrata, Telluride has a Via Ferrata, Telluride has amazing lift access skiing, we have Silverton Mountain, we have all these backcountry guided areas. And like, I wanna see it work, it sounds amazing, but like, these mountains are littered with relics of people with amazing ideas that were bankrupted by the reality of the place. And yeah, I'm rooting for you, I'm just like, really like.
No,
I wanna see it work.
You and our accountant, so the thesis here is that like, you can't bring up a ton of people. Otherwise, it's too much impact, right? So 12 rooms is kind of where we're sticking to. the nightly rate's gonna be pretty high here. And the reason we're able to, we think, be able to command that is just the uniqueness, right? It's built into a mine, that valley is amazing. It's kind of almost a private way to experience that. We've modeled it with 70% occupancy in the summer and 30% in the winter. It kind of morphs out at like 30 to 40% total, and it still works at that level. So I think those are pretty conservative. You know, for us, we really need this to be profitable in the sense of like being self-sustaining, because if it's not profitable, it dies, right? Candidly, it is definitely a project that I'm super passionate about and I want to see it happen. But your point is well taken, like go out there and do this and it doesn't make money and it's like, you know, just sitting there, that's not good. And so, you know, our financial planning on this has shown that it's gonna work. But I guess the jury's out. Are people gonna wanna stay in an old mine? Are they gonna wanna like explore this area? I think so, like the coolest thing I could think of, but you know, that's 0.1% of the US population. And you know, do we hit another economic downturn? Are people gonna come in from Denver? Is it special enough to come in from Denver or Salt Lake City for this? You know, those are all questions that you know, can't totally answer. We've done a lot of work on the economic side and it says it's gonna work, but you know, I don't think I can stay here and say for sure, it's absolute, you know, in the same way I could if we were putting a gas station in on the corner or something like that. It is pretty unique. Right?
And so it's basically entirely off of those room prices.
That's right. Yeah. And then, you know, the camping and the glamping should add to that. Because that's essentially pretty low investment to be able to see some return on that. And then all the extra stuff. So guiding and all these kind of things will be just add-ons to that. So that's kind of the thought process on making it economically viable. So point taken.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which Bruce is stuck around. Which Bruce is stuck around to make some comments.
Lisa, do you have any comments or? I know you're here in your official capacity, so you probably can't. You probably are not here for public comment.
Well, most applicants need a lot more help and Colby has it handled, and we're just taking notes, but. I tried to make sure that Colby and all the consultants that are working on this, you know, I tried to make sure that they turned in a thorough application. I sort of put them through the ringer or we turned it in. So I think that everything's been pretty well thought out, and I love the team of experts that Colby has working on this.
Thanks.
And yeah, I think a good quality mining heritage tourism that fits in with if we're gonna allow development in this county, then you know, mining heritage and people that want to do things the right way is probably better than you know, I think mining heritage tourism is a good development for this county in general. There has already been discovered and we're lacking infrastructure, and this I see this as tying in with our amenities like the Old 100 and Mayflower Mill and all of our historic buildings. So I think this is will be a quality addition to the area.
Bruce, did you have any comments on this application?
Would, hi, gentlemen, I'm Bruce Connell, I'm the sheriff, we've spoken on the phone.
Hi, Bruce.
Yeah, we've actually met. I love what you guys are doing, first of all, I think it's amazing, you've obviously put a great deal of time and effort into these preparations. My only concern, as we mentioned on the phone, is the avalanche terrain. And I haven't heard a lot about what's, and I've heard we're gonna have avalanche professionals assessing, and that's about all I've heard. I think it's gonna take more than that to make this a viable situation for moving clients into that terrain. So I'm hoping that you guys have a really viable plan that makes this work.
Thank you, Bruce. Next, we're gonna go on to some of our Zoom audience. If anybody out there in the Zoom audience would like to comment, please go ahead and raise your hand or unmute yourself. I see Evan Harris. If Evan, if you or whoever's with you there would like to comment, please go ahead.
Can you all? Can you hear me? Hello? No?
Yes, we can hear you okay, Evan.
Oh, great. Sorry, I wasn't hearing anything back. I'll keep it short because I'm also at work right now, but trying to participate. I think this project is super creative. It's a pretty wild project. I think the considerations that this project has made towards environmental impacts is way bigger than, any other development might do, which is definitely something important. I also will just say that the wildlife impacts, the wetland impacts are definitely high on my mind. I would say similar with West down where the employee housing is going. Honestly, I think that having it be more visually impacted on humans, I would prefer than a larger impact on the wildlife and the wetlands. That's just my opinion. It may be an unpopular one. But there's already, to think that there's nothing going on here is silly, and there's already the cabin there. And so I actually think in a way it's better to have another thing in that area rather than even further put where development is and impact on the environment and wildlife. And I know that there's within the environmental movement and climate change movement, there are definitely opinions about mitigation. I don't know if I have like a specific one. It on paper seems like a really great idea to have, I think the developer had said tenfold on the wetlands. I am curious how realistic that is. And I think also from my understanding, building on wetlands structurally isn't necessarily a great idea. Again, I think it's great the considerations and restoration that is being done. That's pretty huge. And that's my public comment.
Awesome, thank you, Evan. I see a couple other folks that, Alan Jones is.
Alan's with them, yeah.
Oh, Alan's with
Yeah,
them,
he's
all right, okay.
For moral support.
Okay, all right. I don't see anybody else in our
There
Zoom
was somebody
audience
earlier,
here,
yeah.
and there was somebody here earlier. But yeah, I think I think, unless anybody else is available, I think that we can go ahead and close the public comment at this time. I don't see anybody else. Unless you'd like to speak, but I know you're here for moral support as well.
She's biased.
Yeah, you guys feel okay? We'll close public comment? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment at this time, and we'll open up commissioner discussion.
You ready for this?
Go ahead, Scott. Yeah, start us off.
Okay. I've been agonizing over this one a lot. I really appreciate the amount of people you brought in to study this. This isn't just a fly-by-night operation. It's really put a lot of thought and consideration into that. And I know that you're you've been really up for suggestions too from lots of people. That's something I also appreciate. So let me just start off. I've got lots of things. So I read the CDOT report that guy did preparing for CDOT. And he kind of, to me, said, oh, there's not that much heavy traffic. There is heavy traffic on that road. I've been experiencing it every time I go over to Ridgeway to see my daughter. The Chattanooga curve is a dangerous curve. I've been on a couple ambulance calls there. There's been multiple accidents there. One was, of course, just somebody else's fault for driving too fast with alcohol in their veins. But there have been other accidents where people have met and there's been head-ons right there. So there is poor visibility. If you try to turn left from Mill Creek and turn out onto 550, there's not great poor visibility. And if you're right turns, okay, you can kind of see some of that. But anybody coming uphill and then turning left into Mill Creek, that's a dangerous spot. the guy who did the report, was not realistic as far as he said, people will be driving the speed limits, that's crap. People are driving 60 to 70 miles an hour on that 4-lane, even coming up, I went up to that area last night, just coming up on the 4-lane, I was behind 2 people, we're all doing 60 miles an hour. Going up that, so to say that people are gonna be doing 45 or 50 driving past Bonanza is not realistic. I think some people are driving pretty high speeds there, and people, the reason for one of the accidents I can remember on the curve was just people coming in at a high speed off that 4-lane, it goes to 2-lane, they hit that curve and they just lost it. I think that has to be addressed. There was talk about just, how many turns to the right or left will be, during operations. One thing that really wasn't addressed, I think a lot of your construction crew, especially when you're mining, are gonna be coming from your array. So a lot of your construction crew is gonna be making left turns, heading back home, unless some of your construction crew is gonna be here.
They're about half and half right
Half and
now.
half, okay,
Yeah.
all right. They talked about, visibility, just cutting a bunch of willows out right there to see visibility. One thing that was not addressed is when that mule shoe slide runs and totally covers that entire mule shoe, and you try to plow through that, you're gonna leave a trench 20 feet high, right up against 550, you're gonna have no visibility coming into that curve. So I think that's a huge consideration is after a big slide is coming, or even just snow depth. Because I've seen that bad boy cover the road completely right there at great depth. So I think if you come into that and go to turn left or right, you're not going to be able to see anything. So it's just a consideration. You mentioned like the 8 shuttle trips a day, different things like that. But how many clients' cars are going to be turning into those parking lots every day? And especially coming from Silverton, making a left turn across 2 to 3 lanes of traffic, I think that has to be considered. And it's not just clients, it's going to be employees, vendors, curious, anything. I think there's going to be more turns going into these areas than we think there's going to be. So I guess what's the real estimate of how many people a day are actually really going to be using the turnoffs in the Bonanza, or even, you said 8 shuttle trips going up there, but you're gonna, the propane guys gotta go up there, you guys gotta go up there, your maintenance guys gotta go up there. So there's just more than just a van load of people going up. There's gonna be a lot of traffic making that turn. And then I just barely caught it. There's some talk about you're gonna use the snowcat, maybe, are you gonna try to plow the road the whole time and use that, or are you gonna try to use the snowcat for that, or?
Yeah, I think we wanted to leave it open to either one, just early in the season, we'd probably plow and then kind of switch to snowcat.
Okay.
In times when we don't have any gates or anything like that, or any gate agreement, we'll probably mostly be doing snowplow or snowcat, just so we don't open that.
What are you gonna do with your clients from the Bonanza King to the Mule Shoe Curve during peak times of use?
Right.
Are you gonna? I don't think it's a good idea to drive them to the Mule Shoe Curve and be unloading them there right under all that. I mean,
Right.
And then you talked about, I did see one little thing about driving a snowcat along the shoulder of the road. There is no shoulder on some of that stretch. So what are you planning for? How you gonna, if you can't shuttle them with a van up that road, then you gotta use a snowcat, then what are you gonna do between the Bonanza King and the start of Mill Creek Road there?
Yeah, I think what we look is where, if we were gonna do kind of van, just like that kind of thing, where that switch happens, and then you're exactly right, there's portions where you can't go straight.
Right.
Along those, but we own some claims down there as well, so there are some places where we could look at where the avalanche paths are and look at our unloading portion there, but it's a definite concern because you don't want to have people milling about at the bottom of the cycle.
Anywhere on any of this property,
Yeah,
you don't want them
exactly.
milling about too
Yeah.
much, but that was the thought.
Yeah, and the other piece, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead and finish your thought. I just had a question too.
I was just gonna say, like, we wouldn't be transiting that road without the mitigation being happening. That's a condition precedent.
Sure.
Now, mitigation does not give you 100% success.
Especially in the spring.
Yeah, but the one thing that I would say is like, there would never be a situation where we're doing a load offload in an area that was unmitigated and marked kind of unsafe by the forecaster on site.
Okay.
So, can't be, no ability to go 100% on mitigation, but
Right,
we wouldn't be transiting the road without that mitigation is a condition precedent, so.
okay.
Just one other question, just to add in there, what's your guys' plan for moving that snowcat between Bonanza Boy and Chattanooga?
That's what we were just
No,
kind of talking about.
Bingo.
Yeah, just because the snowcat's gonna live inside of that garage at Bonanza Boy,
Yeah.
correct? And
Yeah.
that, so what's the program for getting that snowcat from that site up to up to Mill Creek?
Yeah, I think we would probably be looking at trailing it for that point, but we haven't figured out which size of snowcat we're gonna be needing for that. So there's a few things that still need a few details on that. We're looking at a BV 206 as a personnel carrier, and they're super narrow, so that those are pretty easy to get back and forth, so.
Okay. Thanks.
Um,
Thanks.
I just reading the avalanche report by the company out of BC was actually kind of scary. It was, I was glad to see a report that was very realistic about the dangers. Again, you can mitigate it, but you can't mitigate everything. And you really are planning on conducting a lodge operation is some of the most formidable and dangerous avalanche terrain in the San Juans in the state of Colorado, with many of these, the big slide paths like Bullion King and Silver Cloud, they're 2,000 feet. And I remember skiers triggering a 2,000-foot slide and whatever it was on the Eagle or something like that. So you even have that little human factor. That area is swept by slides north, south, and west. So I don't need to remind you about that. It's just, and the other thing is that just to get to this area, you got to go through the Brooklands, you got to go through Eagle, Telescope, all those, and then you got that 0.6 miles just to try to get up that. It's just really dangerous. And one of the quotes on page 1 is this risk cannot be fully eliminated. Your clients really have to know, your family has to know, you have to know that this is, I think it's one of the most dangerous areas in the San Juan. So I've seen just so much happen there over the years. So I know these are avalanche experts out of BC, but were they avalanche experts that have been in the San Juans and worked the San Juans extensively? Because the San Juans are so variable. This is an incredibly variable snowpack from south to north to east to west, from this angle to this angle. Austin knows it a lot better than I do. It's just how variable that snowpack is.
Alan, are you able to jump on there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, specifically your guys' experience in the San Juans and what local resources you leveraged during the analysis here?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, great point, and certainly local expertise is needed. We've worked all around the world. We're based up in British Columbia, but we've done numerous projects in Colorado and Alaska and all sorts of Western mountain states. So for the work that we're doing, which is assessing the risk and identifying the hazards and the engineering side, that's universal and certainly within our scope of what we do. When we're looking at the on-site management, then certainly you'd want to have local expertise to manage that risk that knows continental snow climate and specifically to that area. And that's always been what we've discussed with Colby, and his intention is to really retain those local experts to do that. So certainly the risk assessment, the planning, and all that sort of work, it makes sense that we would do that work, but we'd always retain those locals. Similarly, we do work in Japan, but we're not the Japanese experts, so we will have other local Japanese experts with the local snowpack work with us on those projects.
So in terms of the ASP, they would, Alan would say, here's what a forecaster minimum qualifications would be. And then we would have a local forecaster here with those minimum qualifications. So,
sure, that makes sense. Yeah. Just make a comment, even seen it at Silverton Mountain, you can bomb all you want. get no results, and it's still gonna run on its own, especially in the spring. I didn't see as much mention of spring avalanche hazard. I saw mention of these big slides with the big powder in front of it, but realistically, there's some real danger from spring slides. And I say spring slides, but as Austin knows, when they were doing the extrication of 3 bodies on Ophir Pass, that was a big major slide, but behind them, when it warmed up the next day, they're having spring slide conditions that closed the road and they had to get out of there.
In January.
Yeah, in January,
early
yeah,
January.
and I think this avalanche incident up here on Kendall, was that February?
January.
Yeah, it was January, and but it was spring-like conditions, because I remember seeing spring slides running on that side of Kendall, and then wondering why people were in this area, and it was for a rescue. So that just shows you how variable those conditions are. So it doesn't, I'm just saying, it doesn't have to be the spring to be thinking about mitigation and stuff. I think it's a little crazy running people up that really steep road. That is, I walked it last night, and it's a steep road. You're gonna have to chain if you're taking vans or shuttles or anything like that. And I just think of like if you're plowing, that becoming a trough, and it immediately becomes a terrain trap from a big slide or anything like that with a trough like that. This is something that we've tried to address or not address, I guess, with cabin building, is that even though your lodge is going to be built to avalanche dangers, there's really, you're doing mitigation, but there's still no protection for anybody outside the lodge, whether it's a heavy equipment operator, or snow shoveler, or working on the roof, your client's getting ready for the day. There's always that chance of an accident happening. You're protected great in the lodge or underground, but outside, when you're trying to get ready, the guy's gassing up a snowmobile, whatever. There's always that. Little worry about even your, you got the hydroelectric plants. You're probably gonna have. Is most of your water gonna come from the mine, or some of it?
Yeah, we get 30 gallons per minute through the mine.
Okay,
It's
no, that's
like
great.
really quality stuff. So.
Because I've seen instances where you had an outside water intake. Highland Mary was a great example where it just froze up, and then you're trying to send somebody up there to
Water trucks,
unfreeze it, and it's just not gonna work. The way I understood it, the ice climbing wall will be kind of behind the lodge there.
That's where we're kind of looking at. We
Okay.
need to kind of see what nature is telling us there. There's
Right.
a lot of.
It's an avalanche slope too.
Well, the good piece is, that's more one of the minor, slopes there.
Okay.
And so that's one that, like a lot of progressive ski cutting and those kind of things, we can kind of deal with
Sure.
and then climb above it. But
Okay.
that would be one of those things where it's like, hey, it's just not, we're not going up there right now.
Sure,
So-
and just even maintenance of your piping or anything like that, it leaves whoever goes to do the maintenance pretty exposed in some way. Just to comment on using helicopters, you can bomb in good weather. What are you gonna do when we get a big San Juaner with 60, 70 mile an hour winds, dumping 2 or 3 feet of snow plus a wind load up above? They're not gonna be able to bomb it. Nobody's gonna be able to bomb it, and that's just kind of my worst case scenario is a big San Juaner. Well, 2019 is a great example, where successive storms within 2 or 3 days, 2 to 3 feet, with a huge load and just huge running, and you have a guy having a heart attack underground, and you're trying to think how to get him out. And our emergency services sure as heck aren't gonna go up there. What are you gonna do in those?
That's
areas?
the avoidance piece, right? Anticipating.
Just
those.
stay away from the whole
Just don't
place.
be there. Yeah, there's
Okay.
times where you just don't want to be there.
Okay,
And being able to predict that's why the on-site forecaster is so key.
sure,
And take a few hits where it's like, oh, well, we shut down, maybe we shouldn't have,
sure.
but
But
the alternate is
just
really
with
bad, yeah.
that warning that, even with a forecast and stuff, there's still that, even, as far as predictability, you can have a little teeny storm, but if you got 67 mile an hour winds, you go, well, it didn't snow much, we can go up there, but it just loaded the slope with a big wind load. It's just
Exactly
a
right.
worry. Where are you planning on your, I did hear you mention Silverton Mountain. Are you planning like guided ski tours up like through Sam's Trees and places like that?
Yeah.
Or-
My thought is, obviously it's really dangerous, we're not there, it's just shut down. As that threat kind of neutralizes, Silverton Mountain would be your first go-to.
Sure.
Then you start getting into like the less exposed parts of like Red Mountain Pass and Highway 550 in that upper area.
Sure.
And then you start being able to ski Sam's Trees or Chattanooga North, you know, almost. I don't have like a matrix, but that would be the, you know, really scary, closed. Kind of scary, we're gonna do Silverton Mountain and then just kind of go up from there based on risk assessment based on the guides calls.
Well, just an observation, that area is just getting crowded and more guided service is gonna even crowded more. It's just observational, especially seeing it up on the Red Mountain Pass. Isaiah brought up, no bombing on the Chattanooga stuff except for one spot. So I assume the helicopter is gonna be flying, looking for cars parked down below. It's gonna be looking for speeders up above.
Exactly, yeah.
Do you feel, well, I guess you said you're gonna do snowcats, but I do feel like you could spend more money on plowing than you could be making in the winter. I mean, I look at a 20 or 30 foot deep slide. I mean, the effort that would go into trying to, even in the spring, trying to plow that out, but that's just my observation. So, so that's on avalanches. As far as the scenic things, you know, we haven't seen any story poles. We've only seen mostly photos from road level. I was disturbed seeing that photo from up high. It looks like an anthill down below with all those parking lots. And what we haven't seen is pictures of those parking lots with 60 or 70 cars in them. That's going to be even more unsightly when you, because you're just showing us dirt lots, but it's going to be full of cars, so it's definitely going to be impacted. Let's see your trails. I don't think any of your trails along Mill Creek are going to be visible from down below or anything like that. This one idea is, as far as redoing that Forest Service road is, what about approaching the Forest Service for just closing that road up above? Nobody uses it, not many people do. I've been on it, I had to park, you know, like a third of the way down. My old Scout just won't do it. It just seems like it would make more sense almost.
It doesn't go anywhere.
It doesn't,
goes
just dead ends.
Yeah.
And it's really steep, really rocky. To me, it just makes more sense instead of doing all that mitigation of a road, just ask the Forest Service and the county whether we should just close it. It's not getting used.
I talked to Louis recently because there were some washouts down below, and so he came up and that was his overwhelming preference. I mean, we'll talk about it with the Forest Service. Like, it's a part of it is the travel management plan, and then the other worry that they have is they don't want people shortcutting the Columbine Lake Trail. And doing a bunch of social trails, you know, because if you can gain 800 feet and
Right.
get that Columbine quicker,
Right. That would make
totally
a good argument for closing that. And that just brings me into one other little argument. If you're putting trails parallel to Mill Creek, what's to keep your clients from keeping on going to Columbine Lake?
right.
Or what's to keep the general public from, wow, I mean, it's private property in between, but let's keep the general public saying, hey, there's a trail all the way up Mill Creek. Now we got easy access.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I think two of the things is, number one is just coordination with the Forest Service on their thoughts and best practices. The other one is, if you look where I've made the trail start and end points, they're on like places I don't want to say control it, but like we don't have any connections with the road. And we're trying to really prevent all that, where it's like, hey, if you want to hike up Mill Creek, this is the route, and it just kind of is this nice little
kind of looped it at the end, but
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything.
Oh,
that
if somebody's
prevents
tempted to go up, yeah.
Just keep going. And
Yeah.
the Forest Service, we had that discussion with them, is we're asking them to do a registration system in Nice Lake. They're worried that the spillover is gonna go on Columbine Lake.
Mhm.
We don't need any like people at Columbine like that. I mean, that's a huge concern of mine, and so it's just something to think about.
It's a great, yeah, that was one of the things when I met with the Forest Service on site is like. It's that balance of spreading people out, but also not like creating too much impact in certain places. Like it's a pretty delicate.
Sure.
Zone, so.
We are are talking, this, there's a lot happening up there, and that was almost hard to get a hold of. How many, you're talking about building trails, multiple septic and leach fields, multiple buildings. I mean, there's just a lot. As far as, utilities, you showed, leach fields right by the mine dump. That's really steep right there. Is that gonna work?
Yeah, we're using a Rinco system, so it treats to a really high level. And then, so it minimizes the leach fields, because leach fields in this environment are not awesome.
Too much ground. This is gonna
Exactly.
go down through. So this is a
Yeah.
different type of leaching field.
Right.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. So, any estimate of how many people could be at the lodge at one time? And this, and the reason I'm asking that is impact on a leaching field.
Right, yeah, and that's how we sized it, but if you've got 12 rooms, figure 3 people per room. You know, that's 36 for the lodge, or, the glampers will probably mostly stay down below, but they may come up and use those, they have their own restroom down below. The primitive campers primarily would be using the ones up at their campsites, just because it's far to come down, but if I'm gonna go camp up there, I'm gonna do my business first and then go up. So I figure if you say, call it 20 folks up above at the maximum, 36 at the lodge, and then call it 24 down below. These are fractional folks, so maybe cut them in a third. You're starting to get into like 45 or something like that, so it's a real number.
Sure.
But all the
But it's a lot of folks with, I mean, 40 is a lot with an impact.
It is, yeah.
Leaching field or something like that, so.
Yeah.
But if it's a differently designed one, then it may be better, so. You answered the question about water availability. Don't have to worry about freezing. What do you think is gonna be the effect if we have like a 1 or 2 year drought, on your water?
Right, I think that's for the biggest piece of that's gonna be my hydro power availability.
Right?
So that's gonna be more generator usage, so an
Okay.
expense to propane
Sure.
on that.
How you gonna get, is the propane truck actually gonna travel up that road to deliver you guys propane?
That's the plan.
Okay.
I mean, it is one that portion of the road, you know, it is a 4-wheel drive, but, you know, I've done it in 2-wheel drives.
Sure.
I wouldn't say it's easy, but finding the right folks, so that will be a challenge, for sure. I've never seen, we've only owned it for 4 or 5 years now, but I've never seen that, flow rate drop much.
So it
in
stayed
mine.
pretty consistent.
Cause it's coming from just so deep, that
Okay.
tunnel's something like 3,200 feet long. And it's right underneath the creek, so I think we get, you know, really consistent flow there,
Okay,
so.
and you're applying for, is it surface, ground and water storage rights? You're applying for all those?
Yep, all those are in process, and there was a bunch, I think it was maybe it was the county, but somebody had gotten a bunch of preliminary rights there, for future development. So we're able to kind of tag onto those.
Okay,
So somebody had anticipated, development in the Chattanooga area and preemptively, gotten some rights there. I'm not a water rights expert.
there was something with La Plata County.
I think that was, yeah.
That was, is that it?
Yeah, we filed for water right, but Loudoun County did too, with, under the water conservation district, and the way they set theirs up, it's actually easier to tap into their water rights and our water rights.
Okay,
So we've had a couple of people in various places that have done that.
okay. I'm just jumping around just a little bit. You're gonna bury the electric to the hydro plants? You're gonna be digging a trench with another impact, and you're gonna put a little is that gonna be buried in the ATV
So,
road? or-
yeah, the good thing is there's the old minor road we're gonna follow it almost perfectly.
Okay,
You can actually see it on the overhead. It's kind of willows now, but we're gonna basically revamp that old miners trail, and that's where the hydro line
okay.
and
So
the
it's-
electric.
But it is just another impact to kind of,
Sure, yeah.
let's see, did you ever consider not doing the project at Bonanza King and just, using Silverton as your base? Then you won't have any of that impact to those wetlands, and that's a really nice meadow there. too.
Yeah.
Is there
The answer is yes, I did, so. We wanted to reach out to adjacent landowners as part of this process, and so the majority owner of the Silver Cloud mine. We went out, he actually works for one of the major hotel chains. I showed him this whole plan and he's like, look, your employee housing is pretty expensive, from an economic perspective, you should just not do that.
Hmm.
And then, do something down in town. My only worry on that is, we still need parking, so that's an issue to be able to have some parking, so this is separate from the employee housing.
Could you park your clients in Silverton though? And
Oh,
shuttle them up.
Yeah, that's kind of what he would have recommended.
Sure.
But then there's also kind of a safety piece of being able to have some infrastructure there outside of a slide hazard zone, still above the gate. So most of our ASP and emergency response plan, we're kind of contemplating having this little safe haven that's close. Our search and rescue locker would be in there and those kind of things, so. It's not crazy to say, do that farther down. It does, I think, reduce the safety redundancy a little bit. And just kind of feasibility, but it was definitely something we looked at.
Sure.
As a possibility.
Cause I mean, cause you could easily have employee housing in town, they're just not as close, of
Sure.
course, but it's much less impacted. It looked like the garage and employee housing are gonna be together.
Right, yeah, so
you-
it's 2 levels,
Right,
we've got a bit of a hill slope there, it's like a rocky outcrop. It's funny, you go walk around and there are a lot of wetlands, but there's like these islands in there,
Sure,
and so
sure.
this is one we're kind of harvesting. It's got a slope down, so it's almost like a walkout garage. So the employee
Oh,
housing
sure.
is the upper part and the lower part is the garage, and it's actually really interesting on. We were thinking about like the impacts to the artist cabin folks, we will be looking straight across the creek at the forest there, we thought that was mostly a good thing, but.
Sure.
With the wildlife stuff, there's an additional piece to it.
could you, instead of having another building, could you attach the camper showers to that building also, so you don't have another impact?
Yeah.
Just one building.
Yeah, that was one that we talked about extensively, removing the camp showers entirely.
Sure.
What we wanted to make sure that we brought to you guys was like the biggest possible thing we'd be doing on these properties.
Sure.
So it wouldn't be, ridiculous for us to not do that, especially the shower facility. That's one that we considered
Sure.
getting rid of. So,
And Evan brought up the thing about, do you protect your visibility or do you protect wildlife in the wetlands?
mhm.
Was there ever consideration to just bring it all to the edge of the road and just leave the wetlands and the meadow completely alone?
Yeah, that was number, that's why I numbered it number 1.
Sure. I mean, it's just an idea, but
It's
you're weighing it, because right now, if you had that next to the road, you the parking right by the road, then you've minimized, especially, I was really bothered by the visibility from the upper thing. It looked like an anthill down there with all those numerous parking lots and roads going clear over to the forest right there. Maybe if it was, I'm not thrilled, but if it was next to the road, it'd be less of an impact, and I'll let my fellow commissioners put in on that too.
we can easily take a look at the reevaluating some of the other sites, because it's balancing, right, the wildlife versus visual versus the needs of the artist cabin folks, and so.
Just to comment on the wetlands maps, it was really hard to tell what was delineated as wet. There was lots of dotted lines.
Oh, yeah.
And then when you showed it to me here, I could see where the wetlands were, but on the maps we had, it was pretty hard to see. It's like, is this wetlands or is this wetlands all right here? That was almost a color shade. It's just a comment, a color shading would have been a little easier. Did you guys study, and I like the idea of your permeable roads, so you must have looked at it some, but just just the impacts on downstream wetlands. I don't
Yeah.
think there's gonna be an impact on fence, cause that water is coming off the hill, but just the long-term impact of putting roads, parking lots, things like that, what's that gonna do down, not only to the wetlands right there,
Mhm.
but then farther down below as far as water availability and things
Yeah.
like that.
No, I mean, if you look at the Army Corps regulations, it's either filling or drying, you know, so you get, if you dry one up and advertently or inadvertently, that still counts as a destruction you need to
Sure.
mitigate for. So the permeable roads piece is key on that.
Okay, and then, I really like this idea of creating the new wetlands upstream, I think it's wonderful that you're willing to
Yeah.
do that. And I thought you'd be changing the stream bed, just totally just gouging a new stream bed and that, but, apparently, at least from what I could see, that was the original stream bed.
There are paleo channels in there that.
Right
you
there,
can
so
see,
it
yeah.
makes more sense, it does make sense, and you can create a lot of wetlands there then. These reports really didn't have much in the way of impacts to wildlife, I didn't, in this whole thing, I don't remember seeing anything about. Moose, deer, elk migration, anything, there's no, lynx, that bothers me that.
The lynx-
That's lynx habitat,
So that I should have put that in there, but our last call with the Forest Service on that. Work that we done down below, they have to do a lynx study as part of that.
okay, no,
Now-
I agree.
Is that gonna encompass the upper lodge and those kind of things? I don't
I
think
was
so.
worried about the upper lodge, but it's really, behind. Where you think the employee housing can be, it's a really thick forest, west of it's full of snowshoe hares and stuff like that.
Real, to start,
Yeah.
I think, what's CPW's involved in?
We've been working with our aquatic biologists and our fish focus on that, so I'm meeting with them today on site. But we're not talking, moose or anything like that.
I guess I'm curious about that.
I
Because,
mean,
like,
I think
with
you,
the Baker's Park Trails, they had a heavy involvement. How does that go? So,
right,
that's a question.
Yeah, I can talk with CPW today and see.
I think it's a good idea, it's,
Yeah.
if you really want to, whether there's migration corridors, whether it's lynx habitat,
Mhm.
the effects on the moose habitat, or the moose not gonna wanna be there anymore with, parking lots and people right there.
Sure.
Though they walk right through town, so maybe, I don't know. As far as the reality of, you're talking about doing these in the upper part, a glamping area. But you're gonna be building platforms right in the middle of the wetlands, that,
So it's a created wetland, so we can kind of, I think, create.
cause that's the wetlands you're being creating, okay.
Yeah.
And realistically, do you think folks wanna stay in the middle of a swamp?
I mean, in that lower valley, the views are just amazing.
They are
and
pretty
then
spectacular.
The willows are pretty high there, so
Okay.
you don't really hear the traffic, very much, so. I think it's a pretty neat place, but I think it will be a subsection of the
Give
population.
them some mosquito repellent.
Sure, yeah.
Let's see if I got anything else, okay. Have you talked to, you've talked to Sheriff Bruce and then, Jim Donovan and Tyler, have you talked to those guys? Cause we haven't talked to those guys yet.
Lisa,
Yeah, we met with them in February, we met with, Jim Donovan, Tyler George, and building inspector, came with us, and we met with, Gilbert Archuleta. I didn't meet with the sheriff, we didn't meet with the sheriff in February.
What was
Sheriff, so we tried to get them involved earlier up front. And give them plans and reports up front. To get any comments they might have.
Have you had comments from them on this project?
Verbal, we met for several hours with each of them in February. And then Willie notified them recently and they're still in a comment period, like if they have comments. If they have any advice or comments or anything they want to see, I believe that Colby would be happy to incorporate whatever they wanna. Any details or ideas or concepts that they might have.
Cause that's, not only the worry about you know, the avalanche danger, but the danger for emergency services, who could get called out. You know, worst case scenario, shuttle van getting buried by a slide or something like that, but that puts all of our people in danger. You're not gonna be able to, I don't know if you could get a fire truck up that road. Actually, by the time the call came in, I hate to say it, but it's gonna be burnt to the ground.
Yeah, I
So,
think it's a
and we-
sprinkler situation. That was our discussion with fire.
Yeah.
And the other thing we talked about them with is, you've obviously got more activity, which means more risk to rescuers. But is there a way that our infrastructure can be benefit or a resource for rescuers in that area in general? So having a locker for search and rescue there, if they have to go up on a Red Mountain Pass or something like that, you know, can we also make things, you know, better for them by having some infrastructure in there? So that was some of the discussion, yeah.
You're not gonna get an ambulance up that road,
No.
you know, you're gonna have to bring somebody you're gonna have to bring them down to 550, but that's not even a safe spot. You're gonna have to get them farther down to like Chattanooga or something like that, so I'd really like to hear their comments on or their worries about impact emergency services, because that's a really dangerous area to be sending search and rescue and EMS into for sure, so.
I think as far as just getting back to the fire authority, you know, I mean, they're not gonna get a truck out there in a timely manner, but to think about the fire safety underground in the buildings
Sure,
themselves.
but maybe have the infrastructure installed.
Fire extinguishers, sprinklers.
Or a hose or.
And our, that whole detention pond stays, so that's a fire suppression
Sure, just
method
put a
there.
hose in there and stuff like that, so, and just the very existence of this is, you know, it's increasing the chances of having a call, you know, the avalanches, the ice climbing, hiking in steep terrain, skier guided tours, that's, our guys are pretty overwhelmed sometimes, like the last few days, you know, that just increases even more impacts on the EMS. It's just an observation, but I think it's something we really have to think about. This is my last comment, and I'm not an architect, but dormers are a really bad idea. We have dormers on our Snowden house, and all you're doing is chopping ice in those dormers, and it looks like in this building design that there's some pretty flat angles on some of that. I know you're gonna be supporting it, but you're gonna have a lot of snow load, and you're gonna have somebody on a flat thing, you're gonna have somebody shoveling off, and anything that's designed with a roof, you're gonna double shovel. Because it's gonna fall on here, then you gotta shovel that stuff off.
And there is some optimization on roof slope angles and those kind of things that will occur as we refine the.
Okay, so just in a couple of the pictures, some of those look pretty flat.
Pretty flat. Well,
It
it hits you twice on the avalanche analysis, cause there's just the dead load of the snow.
Right,
But at certain angles, the horizontal load almost goes to nothing, but if it's pretty flat, it's a fairly high horizontal load.
right,
So that's where there's this like cost benefit optimization of like, to make it really steep. I can make the structural loads lower, but I've got less square footage. So I need to make it bigger this way. So those are some of the things that we're working through right now, but those are good.
then, just one final thing, it just came to me this morning, you're predicting like 30% occupancy in the winter, why do it? And you can alleviate so many problems by not having winter occupancy.
Yeah, I think one of the things is, kind of commensurate with trying to bring the biggest possible thing to you guys. Is I don't want to be in a place where we come in there and say summer only. You guys say thumbs up, seems pretty weird, but we can do it. And then I'm coming back to say, hey guys, guess what? I want to do this. And so my preference is to bring the biggest possible usage.
Sure.
So anything we do is that or less. And so that was the intent of the entire application. I don't want to be coming back in, oh, I need this, because
Sure.
that's just not.
We just recently worked on one where, and they finally came back to us with ideas, but we denied winter access because of the dangers, and we're fine with doing the summer, so. I mean, that scenario is always a possibility.
Yeah.
Just, cause the whole winter thing, it makes me nervous.
Right, and full disclosure, if the avalanche mitigation versus the occupancy, just the money doesn't work out, then we wouldn't do
Sure.
winter operations, but we want to bring to you guys the.
I see what you're saying,
holistic
yeah,
plan.
because when you combine just the effort to keep the roads open, the snow plowing around the lodge, the snow removal, mitigation, does it?
Does it map out,
bringing
yeah.
that up, does it really make sense?
Yeah, and the missions are, call it $5,000 each, they're thinking 12 a year, so that's like, it's a lot of money.
Right.
So,
And, are you gonna like evacuate the lodge when, you know, that area above, when are you just gonna do that by, ski mitigation, you're gonna throw bombs there, what are you're gonna take everybody underground while you're doing that?
yeah, we wouldn't have people. in the
Yeah,
road,
just like, it's like, don't,
Yeah.
not near the lodge.
Yeah.
Like that. Okay, I've talked way too much, but, I'm sorry, guys, but, it's all good fun, yeah, right. There we go.
I think Scott about covered it.
I thought you were gonna pull out your 20.
No. It was covered. I don't have it.
I have just, you know, a few things, most of the stuff I talked about at the planning commission meeting as well, but, you know, just to kind of give you guys an update for, you know, questions, concerns. Temperature of what we talked about at the planning commission, a lot of these things we talked about.
Sure.
Avalanche thing, I think we've hammered pretty hard. And I think that, you know, the wetlands concerns were a big concern there, as well as the wildlife concerns. I think we've addressed it a little bit more in detail here. And just the temperature of kind of the planning commission. I think a lot of the planning commission members saw us as a pretty positive asset to the area and the town. And I'm not speaking from my own personal opinion, but, you know, Bev and Jim and Ken Spransky and Jim Weller all kind of echoed some of the same things for mining heritage tourism that Lisa Dare really brought up. And yeah, I think that kind of covers more or less what we were talking about for the general planning commission stuff. I'll bring up some of the things that I said in planning commission again, and a couple other things, but nothing really new. I think that, you know, a lot of the work that's been done for the Silver Cloud and the lodge is really thorough. And I, you know, have struggled a little bit with thinking about this for the Bonanza Boy, particularly in that development. I'd love to see the same kind of wetlands plans for that site for the Bonanza Boy as we've seen higher up in the Silver Cloud Lodge. And I don't know if that means for us that we ask for that to come back in that level of detail for the final plan, or if that's something that we should consider separating out, because the plan for that lodge is pretty spot on, and there's good reason for it. It's the first thing that you're going to be building, and it's the most involved for sure. But that same kind of level of planning, I'd like to see before final approval for the Bonanza Boy, if we're going to include that in there, or if we're going to separate it out and we're going to say, hey, we'll deal with that in a piece at a separate date, and we can tease out a little bit more of this. That's okay with me too. The trails and the Via Ferrata thing, at first I had a lot of questions about that in the planning commission, but I think you answered most of those kind of questions, you know, as far as like waste removal and things like that. In there, I did have one question. Are those trails gonna be hand built, or are you gonna be machine built?
No machine,
Okay, all right.
it's just too steep.
Yeah, that makes sense. The egress is something we've talked about, you know, particularly during avalanche conditions, making sure that those underground rooms in the mine have adequate egress. That's really kind of an administrative deal, but it was something that was brought up in planning commission stuff too. Scott, a lot of your comments about the Bonanza Boy, I had questions about too here, you know, like, the showers is the separate building versus being part of the other structure there. Is that with those bathrooms have a whole separate septic system as well?
No, they would tie into
They would
that.
tie in together, okay, that, because just every septic system is, you know, another.
Yeah.
impact as well, too, so. Snowcat access, we talked about, the parking lot, it seems huge, like just, the one that's closest to the highway there for sure. I completely understand both the sizing and the scope of that there, but then there's secondary parking lot, another driveway that impacts, a small area of wetlands, I'll grant you, but secondary driveway and just how much parking do you really anticipate needing? And is it really all, do you consider it all to be fully
Yeah,
necessary?
we can definitely look at that. One of the, you know, when talking with Lisa about like, what are the concerns that, you know, she's gonna have, like, a lot of times it's not enough parking.
Yeah,
So we've tried to kind of maximize that.
yeah,
But we can relook at that and just triple check.
Especially if you could shuttle them from town, isn't that guy just up the road here, isn't he gonna shuttle his people from here to the lodge? I mean, he had some parking.
yeah,
But
I mean, that was his original plans, but then he came back and got.
and got
They have
permission
parking
from one of the
nearby.
neighboring landowners.
Oh, that's
to-
right.
to do
But
parking
that
and
would
water
alleviate,
stuff there,
you know, because we've talked about trying to alleviate the parking on top of Red Mountain, which, Uray County was telling the guides there that they gotta start shuttling people from Uray up there, so there's not a parking problem. I could see just knocking out a whole parking lot by just doing the shuttling from town instead.
If we're gonna talk about parking too, just wanted to relay, you know, one of the concerns that one of the other lodges has had up there that, you know, occupied quite a bit of one of our meetings this winter. It's really competitive for parking up on top of Red Mountain Pass and in those areas.
Yeah.
And so anything you can do to kind of, you know, if you're gonna be touring guests up there, just any way you can shuttle up there versus taking parking. Particularly the parking lot right there at the ADS. And the Thelma Lodge is overrun, like, I wish we could go back in time and make the Thelma Lodge people come up with an alternate parking plan, because it's just, even for those two areas, it's packed and there's no room for public parking there. The other place that it starts to get a little compacted in there is at overpass there too.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are parking in active avalanche slide paths there, which you should probably avoid as a general thing. And then the access for the power substation there, which Pete is well familiar with, the problems that have happened there too. So anything you can do to shuttle there is.
But yeah, but you could alleviate a lot of the parking, just at least one or two of the parking areas you could alleviate just by having the clients leave their cars here in town at a designated spot and just shuttling them up. You know, to just taking them just straight to the lodge. Instead, I mean, you would alleviate that impact, because that's probably the thing that bothers me the most about the Bonanza is just these big parking lots. And I really do think you could alleviate that by parking them somewhere else.
Yeah, no, I think it's always a balance. We'll take a look and see what's the smallest we can get by with. If they're coming from the Uray side though, you know, going down in town, there's more distance and hazard and those kind of things. So if they're coming from Silverton.
But they're not, I mean, it's an extra
a couple
10 miles,
miles.
they've probably driven several hundred miles to get here for the experience, so. I mean, if that's just part of the protocol, look, you drive to town. You're gonna spend the night in town, we're gonna pick you up and we're gonna take you up to the lodge the next day or something like that. It would alleviate, cause that's probably, the two biggest fears, are avalanches and impacts to the wetlands. And that one is pretty easily remedied just by shuttling from town.
There's also parking. I mean, we own a reasonable amount of claims in that valley. So for summer, when you take avalanche risk out of it, there's maybe some other options we can look at on 550 on land we own that's far enough off the road to not be a.
What about across the way on Silver Ledge or even even where the old CDOT road runs in the curve, that's all disturbed area, it's not wetlands.
Yeah, no,
Um,
that was our first, when we looked at employee housing, we contacted CDOT and said, hey, can we land swap or buy that land? Cause there's no wetlands.
Sure.
Their issue is, that's all well and good, but that's where we shoot.
We
They
shoot
sent me the
all of
amateur
that,
service
no,
station.
shoot it over the.
Now, if they put Gazex in for the Eagle and Telescope slides, the whole situation changes.
Right.
My preference would be to be across the road. It's a
Cause
better
it's already,
place.
it's already
Yeah.
disturbed and there's no,
Dry.
then you preserve, cause your guests would really like that. I
It's a
mean,
right-hand turn instead of a left
Yes.
from the town.
Yeah, no.
I totally agree, but it was, Julie Constant was like, you love the idea, but let me show you my service danger zones. And he's
Sure.
like, okay, got it.
Okay.
But there are, let's see. The problem is some of the land we own doesn't, I thought that our claims were over into this parking lot, but they aren't. So there is possibility of parking here, but there's always a lot of people there with, the warm spring up here.
Right.
So those are some of the things we looked at in terms of alternate summer parking. You wouldn't want to park there in the winter. At all.
That's
So,
under that bad one. What about, and we'll see that lets you. When you park commercially off of CDOT right away. The reason I'm asking is as you come past the artist cabin, keep going. See that big wide area right there?
Like here?
Yeah. Is that a possibility? I know the, wintertime, the Brooklyns are right there,
Yeah.
so I don't know if that's, but.
that may be because it's probably Forest Service land and CDOT right away. Probably have to get permission from both of those guys. Maybe tough, but
I think a lot of that material on the side of the road is material that they're staging for future work too, because of those big berms that they've made there, they're starting to regrow with vegetation. They've been there for so long, but
And generally, we don't allow them to. We require them to have on-site parking, we don't want them parking on.
I see what you're saying.
what I can,
County roads or state roads.
what I could do here is I don't have high hopes, but I will reach out to CDOT again about possible summer only parking near that horseshoe that's across the road. I'll ask.
Sure.
They've been great to work with, but I don't know what that would take in terms of getting a lease or something, but that'd be helpful for us.
If you go down to the horseshoe curve. Yeah, I mean, you can see there actually is already a pretty substantial parking area. Just.
Oh, right here.
Or kind of back here towards the mine, where everybody parks.
Oh,
Right there, that's a big wide area.
it's a
right
huge
there.
parking area.
That's really well hidden too.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk to Forest Service about some parking there. I'll talk with both of them.
Yeah, cause that's a good
yeah, 'cause
idea.
if the winter time you're not planning on having as much occupancy, you might get away with. Having a little smaller parking area in the Bonanza Void, right, area.
I mean, even if you slightly increase the larger parking lot to get rid of the smaller one entirely, I mean, that would probably be
Yeah, and that's a good question. And what we tried to do is think of it like islands and ocean. Like only build on islands.
Yeah.
And so that's why it's kind of weird
Right.
looking, like it's
Right.
multiple ones, but we thought that was better than filling more than we needed to. That was the reason.
Oh, yeah.
Austin, if you don't mind. Is the PowerPoint, I don't see the PowerPoint in the packet anywhere.
no.
No,
So can we make the PowerPoint a part of the application packet? Because you do make some representations in there. That I think would be good to have in the record. And then for accessibility, if anybody wants to have accessibility that,
rather than,
yeah. So if you could supplement,
Yeah, I'll send that to Willie.
thank you.
I do have one thing,
Yep,
after
sure, go on.
you guys talking, if you don't mind, I think, what I'm hearing here too is we don't have as much problem with the Silver Cloud side as the Bonanza side. And with the wetlands, the employee housing and the parking on, and then you can make it just where it's just a minimal parking lot or try to find, like you're trying to do, different parking options.
Mhm.
I think would be a lot less impact and wouldn't have as much problem with it. I really think, I think that, from when I saw the notes of the conditions of the planning commission, it was the same way. The Bonanza side is the real problem area, that there are people are having problems with.
Right.
So,
Yeah,
just to consider that.
My only, concern still with the lodge site, is still just how much avalanche danger that there is.
Oh, yeah, it's obvious, yeah.
And I just wanted to say as a note to that, we talked about it a lot and, in this meeting last time at the planning commission, I've talked to both Willie and Dennis a little bit about it, and, I don't think it's a bad idea for us to have somebody review the avalanche plan.
Right.
And I'm not saying that we need to have an entirely new avalanche plan, but I don't think it's a bad idea to have somebody else review it. Too, and to see some things, and I'm glad I talked to Dennis, because that I'd like to hear from some of the, world-renowned avalanche experts that we have who live here in town about this. And Dennis said, don't do that until, don't reach out to those people until we have a meeting and we've discussed it as a board as to whether it's appropriate to do that or not. If they voluntarily come forward for public comment, that's different. But I would really appreciate the opportunity to be able to reach out to some of the folks who do live here in town and ask their opinions to review this. Just that I think is going to be hopefully cost free, but if we feel like we as a board need a little bit of extra assurance, I don't think it's a bad idea to have a separate review of the plan too, to just get an outside opinion.
If you do that, then you're gonna have to have them state their opinion on the record. It wouldn't be something where that you guys could just meet with someone and get their opinion and then come back in the meeting. They would be part of the record at that point. And that way, if they made an adverse recommendation, it's only fair to the applicant that they have the ability to know what they said exactly and be able to counter it in a public setting and all that.
I think the furthest that I'd be willing to ask is send them the avalanche plan and say, if you have any comments on this, we'd really appreciate it if you came on the next public meeting that we have.
I think that's
to give your
fine.
comments. Is that okay?
That's totally.
Yeah.
All right, okay. I don't need to be.
If there's any red flags,
Somebody else,
Chris
yeah.
Wilbur, Gleason or whoever.
Yeah, for sure. So,
That's fine, and then
Is that
but
okay?
make sure they make their comments
Yeah.
either in writing or at the next meeting,
okay,
at the next hearing, I should say.
yeah, we have so
Oh,
many
yeah.
high-powered avalanche professionals who live here in town. Some of them are frequent ski partners, but some of them are, traveling all over the world, jet setting and doing work all over the world, so.
Yeah.
It's,
Of course, if I was an avalanche expert and I looked at this, my comment would be just, are you crazy?
My comment would be no comment.
Yeah. I mean, that is a concern if they.
Yeah.
They could potentially,
yeah,
incur some liability.
If they were my client, I would tell them not to comment on it.
No,
probably, yeah. But I mean, as a member of the public here too, they have an opportunity to comment on it, and I'm just not sure how many of them are even aware that this process, that this application is coming through, so.
We did talk to Chris Wilbur early on.
Yeah.
We were actually looking at doing something more close to the warm spring,
Yeah.
and he's like, don't do that. So we killed that idea entirely and basically focused on places where there used to be buildings. Only for, which doesn't eliminate the risk, but there's some common sense that goes with that, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I have a couple other small ones here. To Scott's dormer project, the one thing that I've seen that really works well for dormers like that, and it's an electrical load or, some kind of load, but they make these kind of like heated electrical strips. Basically that you basically put on roof underlayment, and you put them around and you can control them via Bluetooth. We had one on the old avalanche. Those things, if you are going to go with an A-frame dormer, are pretty nice to be able to mitigate that kind of water damage that typically occurs in those A-frame dormers.
Then you go on the other side of that, you look at my house, which is the old mine office, and I have a removable fence because of 300-foot ice chunks that come off my roof, into my dormer.
Yeah.
Just to let you know that, I don't think dormers are a good idea at all.
Yeah. It is, if, starting from scratch, we wouldn't do them at all, it's the, you know, how much do we wanna pay homage to that?
Yeah,
It's, and they were,
you're adding to your winter maintenance.
That's
Yeah.
Huge.
yeah,
I don't think you get a whole lot of heartburn unless it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not gonna, that's not gonna.
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
This is just a teeny bit of trivia, just due. South of the lodge site where I think you might put a campsite, there's a little flat area up there. Could be a historical site. I've been up there
Yeah.
a long time ago, and I remember finding what I thought was a cabin site there, which. There was no mine close by, maybe a prospect, but it's like, why did these guys build, I never did figure it out, but it's just something to think about, that I think there might have been a historical site there.
There is,
Yeah.
right above the lodge too, there's a very obvious cabin site, it's off our land, but it's got the rectangle, there's a blown up stove. A bunch of glass.
Sure.
And then we found where we think they were camping up there, we found stovepipes and bottles and that kind of stuff.
Sure.
So,
Just set up a tent and camp
Yeah.
there for the summer. Maybe they weren't working there in the winter.
I think for an application, especially of this kind of like volume here, it would be worthwhile to have some of comments that we've asked for from, you know, to ask our, you know, fire, emergency services, sheriff's office, road and bridge director, if
Search and rescue.
search and rescue,
Yeah.
just if they could give us a writing, you know, of any comments or concerns that they have.
I think
It's great that you guys have reached out and talked to these folks, but it's always better if
We
we
gotta-
have things in writing from them.
I think that's a really good point.
And not saying that you'll 100% get everybody, but at least, you know, the request be made if they could make a written comment or a public comment in one of our meetings.
Sure.
Is fine too, but. And then, what else did I have here? Yeah, I guess, you know, before I had talked a lot about the wetlands concerns just with the fen down below the Bonanza Boy too, and I have a feeling your guys' wetlands plan is gonna be pretty good there, and I understand you're still working through the process there, but for final approval, I'd love to see that. So. Yeah. Oh, and an impact to the neighbors too, just, you know, snowcats can be really loud machines with the beeping going on all the time. So there's any way you can remove the beeper or operate within certain hours for the guests and owners of the artist cabins so that they're not being impacted. And the last thing, after reading through that avalanche report, the biggest concern I actually have is for the staff. Is just as you mentioned, Scott, you know, the people who have to, you know, be shoveling snow, or the people who have to maintain a roadway in and out through those slide paths and things like that. That's actually my main concern with the avalanche stuff right now, but.
And even though the reports say, they'll be protected in heavy equipment, all you gotta do is look at the remains of the snowplow that was hit by the riverside. There's just a tangled mess, you know, so.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know
Can't
that.
make that assumption.
For that one, it was more around that road travel, there are slide paths that come down from the north facing slopes. Those ones come up and it's more powder impact.
Right.
They
It's
do-
gonna be
yeah,
like
it's
air
snowpack cabs.
blast. That's
Yeah,
what
it's more for powder.
Right.
Yeah, getting hit by a full slide is, yeah, not something an enclosed cab will protect you from.
Even these, I don't think you're too worried about wet slides coming off above the lodge, or are you?
So the main one that comes from there kind of splits. So the one that hits the lodge that we're really having to mitigate for is just the slope above it. So that one's really easy to mitigate.
Are you worried about spring slide? And the reason I'm bringing it up is I can think of a cabin up Eureka Gulch where the spring slide came down, but then it sat on the roof and it caved in the roof.
Oh, right.
You're not worried about anything like that, are you? So it's gonna stop at the fence you're building.
The
behind?
fence, yeah, and there's 3 berms there already.
Those V shapes.
Triangle berms, yeah. That's helpful, not
Sure.
everything, but it's helpful.
Okay.
I did have one, you know, public, you know, person talk to me too, and they said, well, what if this is the precursor to building a, you know, a major ski area in Chattanooga or connecting up to Telluride? And I, you know, just one comment, had towards, those kinds of concerns was, like, this is why we have this PUD process in place, is so that we hear from an applicant about their largest, grandest scale plan. And that those kinds of concerns and those kinds of things should be brought to us at this PUD level, initially, and that's why we have it, and that's why it's a little bit imperfect for, things like your phase 3 and 4 plans going down, but the reason that we do ask for this to be done is so that we can hear, the largest scale plan from folks as well. So,
'Cause there was rumor of the original plan of Telluride doing
Telluride
a
Mountain
lift
had it gone
over.
coming
Yeah.
over into Chattanooga.
Yeah.
So Silverton could be used as,
Oh,
they
yeah.
wanted to use Silverton for affordable housing.
Yeah.
about every 3 years, I hear rumor that it's gonna, people are talking about it again.
Like, I'll state on the record, I'm not a secret agent for Telluride Ski Area. Any affiliation with them whatsoever.
Yeah. That's all I really had though, but. Some of these concerns that we brought up, about, approval of, certain portions of this, like, how do you guys feel about that? Or I understand this isn't final approval too, and I think some of this could just be addressed as our request before final approval, but,
I mean, this is just me, but I'm swinging towards approving a summer use of the lodge, allowing the building of the lodge, but we could alleviate so many concerns by not having it there in the winter. Just as far as use, dangers to you guys, to the staff, to dangers to emergency services. And I guess what kind of swung me a little bit on that is when you're predicting 30% winter occupation. I don't
Clear
know.
though, that 30% is pretty key and overall.
It is.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, that was one idea, you could approve just part of it or something like that, but I don't know where to go with this, Willie. I remember you said we could table it, deny it, approve conditions with conditions or approve part of it.
Submitted.
Can I throw something out? Just,
Yeah,
what do you think about, approving the Silver Cloud part and, waiting on conditions on the Bonanza side? Approve them separately.
still really worried about the avalanche danger.
but I think it's, it being preliminary approval too, I think, we can ask for, an independent review of the avalanche plan, and that there's some room for us to have conditions for preliminary approval with our avalanche concerns. Or do you feel like that's not even on the table?
I worry about it being even on the table. I think it's a really dangerous proposition to be doing anything there in the winter.
I know it's a dangerous place to.
It is.
To do it too.
You've skied it.
I'll say one thing, just. It doesn't get skied very often in midwinter, and there's good reason for that. But I think a lot of like that side of stuff too, on the northern facing side, is not that much
That's not the
concern.
problem. It's the
South facing side. And I lived in Alta for a winter time. We got interlocked for several days at a time, and it can be done. But I don't, I have some concerns about it, but not enough to deny a preliminary approval.
So I think the question that's, I guess, before the board is how, from a format perspective, do you want to approve piecemeal? Do you want to put conditions on the whole thing for the final approval? Do you want to break it, or do you want to break these out into sub approvals? Willie, what would that look like? Maybe you could explain to the board, if the board chose to, perhaps just make a decision on the main lodge. And then, would you require the applicant, let's just say the main lodge was approved today and also approved finally. But the rest of the project wasn't, would the applicant then have to come over from the beginning for each one of those ancillary stages? Or would there be,
I guess it would, actually, I think there would be some. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
through my head because this is kind of different. I mean, that's the whole idea of doing a PUD is showing all the.
And so to be clear, he'd still have to come back. And he'd have to get the improvement,
We need an improvement permit for any of the,
yeah,
but as long as it's consistent with what he proposed, then it's just administrative unless, you know, part of that approval is actually tied into a board review.
so if you did like, for example, if you did the, he'd have to come back for improvement, certificate for the housing and shower building in the garage. Do you feel like that would give us enough latitude for the board to, dictate where it would have to be anywhere within the project?
Yeah, and actually, I mean, you know.
And this is preliminary, right? Like,
This is preliminary.
preliminary, not final, so we're coming back in.
So, you know, I mean, I think, you know, and again, it's totally up to what you guys want to do, and we can figure it out how to make it work. Preliminary, you know, you can approve the whole thing and then we can come in with final and figure out how we wanted to break that up. You know. The avalanche safety is not gonna go away. I mean, I think if we get an independent review of it, that might make us more comfortable and might make us less comfortable. Or we may not, I mean, we might not find somebody that will want to do it. Want to review somebody's other plan just because of their liability. So, I mean, I think that's a question. I think as far as the Bonanza Boy property and kind of some of the options that, you know, Scott kind of raised the issue about instead of trading off, you know, the vision, you know, reducing the visual impact at the expense of wildlife, maybe reverse that, increase the visual impact and, you know, improve the habitat for wildlife type of thing. Just the thought that I had is, again, you know, I would probably do this after we actually approve preliminary, if you wanted to do that. We could table it conditionally, but actually have the planning commission and the commissioners go out and do a site visit, have story poles at the 4 different sites or the 3 different sites, you know, show what the height of the building is on those sites, flag out where the parking lots are gonna be and just go out and actually look at the site.
It ain't easy walking out there.
What's that?
Ain't easy walking out there, but it's.
No, but-
I mean, I think even looking at it from the highway, I think.
Sure.
Probably, I just remember we did that with Cascade Building.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I did it last night. I drove up to the top just so I could look down and seeing how visual it is from the top. It's good from down below. There's so much vegetation, right? But from the top, it's really obvious. And then, you know, when you showed that picture with the overlay, it's like, this is really obvious from the top, so.
But if we, like you said, we need you to have more meetings, but if we table it and you got more of a chance to go through all your conditions and do the story build, and we can have a site visit, right? And we get our avalanche, we get a lot of stuff accomplished. But we're not denying it, we're just tabling it.
Are you saying table it today?
I am.
Cause there's so many unknowns right now.
Well, I just like to catch up with everything.
I just
Okay.
even, I think potential reconsiderations for you guys, like, I still really like this idea of the people parking all their cars here in town with no parking lot up there. You gotta have a small parking lot, but you guys have to weigh whether that's realistic or not, or if you want your.
No, I mean,
costs
we
really-
have.
Yeah, okay.
To be fair, I mean, that's when we try to maximize safety and those kind of things. You know, I'm super open to feedback and making changes, but like at some point, just have to, you know, we had to make those calls. A lot of the stuff you guys have brought up, like those are starting points.
Sure.
And we looked at it and said, okay, it'd be better to do this. But there's cost and safety impacts to those kind of things.
Sure.
So.
From a parking standpoint, I mean, we all know that most of the sites up there don't have nearly enough parking. And, you know, maybe Colby should just cut the parking lot in half. The architects used what space they had, maybe he should build his parking lot half as big. But I feel like half the year, if part of the parking lot's not used, it'll end up being snowed in or snow pile anyway. But generally what we see is not enough. So now we're talking about making this parking lot smaller, which will help visually, but it could create not enough parking. And, you know, from a traffic safety standpoint, centralizing the parking is what was talked about last year. Was making the parking all centralized, so we wouldn't impact the highway or have people parking in any avalanche areas. Like we're doing now, all up and down that road. So we centralized the parking. And the size of the parking was just dictated by the available space that the architect saw. But at the Bonanza Boy Mill site, you have really good sight distance in both directions. That's good.
Sure.
If you have some people randomly parking at Mule Shoe Curve around Mill Creek, tourists are already kind of parking there, but then you kind of are putting people in an avalanche zone in the winter. So maybe a good solution would be to have Colby start off by, if you feel like the parking lot's too big, that the architects drew on conceptual plans, maybe we'll make that half as big. And then if it becomes like there's not enough parking, you know, then we could expand the parking lot with your permission later on.
Because you're talking right now, 3 parking lots, you know, one at employee housing, one at the showers, one at right on the road right there. I mean, is there a way to, again, we're coming back to that thing of putting the building on the road and just consolidating it all into one parking lot? I mean, that's.
Yeah, we can certainly look at that, and that would be a possibility, is like, one of your conditions, and we want you to come back with like some other options on Bonanza Boy, like minimizing parking, different locations of buildings, like, I don't think that's too tough for us to do. And so for us, it's really, and I would need to talk with Army Corps, because like, you know, we kind of started this with how do we minimize wetland impacts? So if we're gonna do only one, we'd fill a lot more wetlands. It's still not impossible, but I mean, if that's kind of a change in direction, we can do that, you know. And it's not like we're gonna fill the whole thing, but.
What about buying the artist gallery?
I
building right on top.
already asked.
Question, Lisa, you said. Basically, when they designed the parking lot, it was to fill up the space, or?
We designed the parking lot to, you know, kind of with an eye towards winter and summer parking there. As well as just not touching the wetlands, so like using all the upland areas and minimizing the wetland impacts.
Did you come up with any number as, okay, we've got 12 units and we got
Oh, right,
6 staff,
yeah,
we need parking for
4 years, something,
yeah.
You did.
18
We
cars.
did some work on that, I don't remember the exact ratios or the math.
I mean, I'm just curious if the lots themselves,
Yeah,
you know, could be reduced by going back and looking at those numbers and seeing if it was
Yeah.
more. Here was an area where we could put a parking lot, so we kind of drew a square around that, and here's another one that drew a square.
yeah.
And say, well, we really only need 12 spaces, so
Mhm.
we
Yeah.
can eliminate 1 square.
I mean, what would be something that I think we could bring back to the team would be like, all right, analysis of how many parking spaces are needed in winter and summer. Optional different places to locate those, at least asking the question of Forest Service and CDOT on using their land for
Sure.
summer. And then armed with all that, coming back to you guys at the final with, a few options on the Bonanza Boy Mill site specifically. In
And I-
terms of size, location, those kind of things. That
I'd
would
be willing as a commissioner to send a letter of support to both CDOT and Forest Service, because
That'd be great.
either one of those
Yeah,
parking lots makes
Yes.
so much more sense to me than putting them in the wetlands.
I just don't love the idea of coming into the final approval with options.
Right.
Well, here's from a logistics standpoint, it's difficult too, because especially if you make a decision, let's just assume that you approve today and then your next meeting was going to be a final. When is the applicant gonna even see, or when are you even going to receive the opinion from the avalanche expert that you go out and
Right,
solicit at the final? And then you're gonna have no idea what they said, or what they're gonna say, and all of a sudden, so it does seem awkward to go into a final with all of these contingencies.
Yeah.
That's why I think maybe we should table it till we have more information, even just for a preliminary.
Just till we get those conditions we talked about.
And just the options that you guys would come up with too.
And in the meantime, you come up with those
I don't wanna
options.
make a decision on
Yeah,
something that
just-
there's other options potentially. I mean,
But then we could get these
maybe,
stuff.
because with
Done.
those options, then I think we can form it into one thing that we can make a decision
Yeah.
on, instead of trying to make a decision on several things. There's too many unknowns still to me.
And even if you do a site visit, you can't make a decision at that site visit, you have to have another meeting
Yeah,
anyway.
absolutely.
So, yeah,
But in between time, we could have that.
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we do a site visit and look at the different options out there and then make a determination on that and then direct you as far as for your final submittal.
and that way you could get the avalanche person's opinion and all that
All
stuff.
that.
I'm agreeing with this, that I don't think that the planning commission needs to be involved in site visits and things like that. They've submitted approval for this. So I think that it's kind of an unnecessary step to send this back to the planning commission for.
Well,
No, this is a
preliminary.
continuation of this hearing.
Yeah,
guess-
continuation.
Dave's there, yeah,
The reason I
correct.
threw out the planning commission is just so that
Yeah,
when the final came through,
Oh, that's-
they had some comfort of what was going on.
sure, yeah, okay, and
I don't see it
I'm
go
with
back
that,
to-
we can have the planning commission participate in the site visit, but I don't see any
Yeah.
reason for it to go back to the
Yeah,
plan.
No.
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 I-
You want it to go backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, this is, yeah, preliminary's gone through planning, there's no reason for it to go back, but I think in order to give better direction to the applicant going forward, I think that would be good.
And I do think, however, you should set the next meeting date today. Because you don't wanna have to give notice back out to everyone. If you do a continuation of this to a date certain, I think we're good, unless you want them to renotice.
No, I wanna give you adequate time.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of depends on how much work,
How much
work I gotta do, so, our preference is as soon as possible, but if it's. You just kind of depend on how much extra, work product you need to produce, you know.
If you wanted a site visit and story polls and some avalanche experts to review the avalanche stuff, but then also some alternate layouts for Bonanza Mill site with
Yes.
different sized parking lots. Because I mean, generally, we were trying to keep the building out of the, visual impact from the highway.
Well, yeah, I know, but
Now today, it sounds like we wanna maybe
Well,
push it up, but that's
no,
gonna
I
be
mean, I
like
think-
wetlands.
Yeah, no, I think if, from the Bonanza Boy, portion, if you had storyboards on your alternate building locations, just so that, we have something to look at and say, okay, this kind of
That's where
gives us
it's
an
gonna
idea
be.
what we're looking at from
Yeah.
here. Some flagging to where your, parking areas are. That gives us a little bit of
Right.
perspective and, if closer to the road, yeah, it's more visual impact, but
I'll push back a little bit on the story poll, so. We designed the building around the topography at building site 4. If it's okay for story polling, just a box, is that okay? I mean, like.
Yeah.
We would redesign the buildings if we moved the.
Could we stake the buildings with wooden stakes and flagging? We could do that. Could we stake the
I guess
buildings?
what I'm looking at as far as story poles is a couple of 2x4s.
Oh, okay.
To the height of You know, if it's
Yeah.
a
Okay.
20-foot
Not
building,
elaborate thing.
yeah, no, I'm not.
Could be some aspen poles or something in
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
I think we could get away without setting the meeting right now, as long as it was clear on the record at the end of this, that this is gonna be.
That's a lot to get done in 2 weeks.
To, continue to a date which will be noticed in a regular meeting, something like that. I think we'd be fine with that.
And, so on the alternate sites, is it all four or? I'll bring that.
I'm just kind of thinking of. This is just my thought, one closer to the road and then the original one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we wanna stay away from the.
There's one that's really close to the artist cabin.
Yeah.
And I wanted to.
Was that number 1 and number 2 was really close?
Yeah, so 4 is what we picked, it's gonna be kind of least visual, 1's kind of your parking lot area. So we've got 1, 2, and 3, and 4.
Could you get CPW, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be stepping on the bush, can you get CPW, wildlife mitigation opinions before they consider these as well? Or is that an issue for the board?
I could talk with them today.
He's talking.
Yeah. I would like to hear their opinion on that. I mean, this is a. Pretty well used wetlands by wildlife. That's,
And I don't know what is there some format, but I'm trying to think, is like. My worry on some of these, when we started asking the Forest Service to be able to maintain the road, like 18 months ago. We got a letter saying, we like it.
yeah, even that parking lot could be another 18 months.
Yeah, so that's
but
my
that little
worry.
parking
They're never
lot-
good about
That
maintaining
little
roads.
parking lot makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, so that was
It's
the,
so well hidden.
yeah,
You wouldn't even have to build a parking lot, it's already there.
They're pretty used to giving quick comments to land use projects, because they sometimes.
CBW does.
Yeah, because they only get like 30 days sometimes to comment.
Okay.
So I think is that your experience as well?
Usually,
You can add this.
I'd like to see some of the wetlands stuff in the Bonanza Board to be at the same kind of quality of level. And I know this is really tough, because the Army Corps doesn't exactly move quickly either, and you're probably waiting on a lot of different opinions and studies for that, but I'd like to see the Bonanza Board preliminary approval to have the same type of delineations and not even delineations, but the same kind of wetlands plan that was presented for the Silver Cloud.
So there weren't really wetlands on the Silver Cloud.
Well,
on
but
launch
you,
site.
but the wetlands mitigation plan that you had kind of, not necessarily on the lodge, but
Say the
in
upper
the valley,
valley,
in
more
the
upper
creek,
valley.
sorry.
Oh, okay, so that's a creation of wetlands.
that was
Yeah.
restoration.
So like, are you planning on doing work with MSI for wetlands in the Bonanza Boy site?
Down here, it's just those 3 things, like touch as little as possible, make sure it's permeable, and then all your construction practices.
Okay,
The plan there.
so there isn't really anything more.
No, we just less than 0.2 acres, we just wanna keep it absolutely minimized.
Okay,
There's not, we talked a little with MSI about some of these uplands, like if you look at number 3. Can you flood that and actually create on site? But it's just hard to guarantee, I mean, we'd be happy to do it, it's, not critical. To anything we're doing, I'd love to create more wetlands and make it net neutral on site. But can be some issues with like getting that to take and to
Okay.
guarantee it.
okay,
But I will definitely work with MSI on showing them our plan.
Yeah.
And then is there anything we can do, especially on site, not just the wetland restoration up the valley?
yeah,
What can we do on site to get the net neutral? But then there's, one of the issues with that is if we choose building site number 2, some of that changes a little bit, but I'll talk with them.
I just mostly wanna make sure we're not jumping the gun if there's extra work to be done on the Bonanza Boy.
Right,
So
yeah.
if this is the plan and this is as far as it's gonna go, and the Army Corps has approved the plan.
So
the
the,
Bonanza Boy,
yeah, the big thing is the Army Corps can't approve it until we say what we're gonna do, and I need to
Okay.
hear from you guys what we're gonna do.
What we're gonna do.
I've talked with them
Yeah,
before and we talked about it in the concept. But I have to tell them, I am gonna disturb X acres in this location, and until I have that from the county, I can't really go to them. I've talked about it with them in concept.
Right.
Tucker.
Do you think CDOT would go for a summer parking lot on their land? Because then,
You know,
if you're only doing 30% occupancy in the winter, you would need just a really smaller parking lot.
Yeah.
The summer one is gonna be the.
Preaching to the choir there, so I might hit you up for that letter of support. I'll get with CDOT immediately about
Sure,
leasing portions of that
sure.
deal there. I don't know. They've always been great to work with on the avalanche stuff. I've never worked with them on this, so I can't guess at what that is gonna be.
I'm thinking maybe for like the building site then, I mean, first, I know it's harder to have it further back from the creek, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be right up against the hillside there for the building on building site 4 there.
4 drops it down, there's like a drop off there, and so it keeps the overall height lower too. That's kind of one of the reasons we're leaning towards that, because it steep drops down towards the creek there.
So it sounds like we want to see some different layouts for the Bonanza Windmill site and some options. Moving the building, making the parking lot smaller, moving the building closer to the highway or back to the highway. We're all trying to balance visual impact from the highway, and then moving the building is probably gonna destroy wetlands. But that would have the benefit of being slightly further away from the woods where large animals hang out.
And
So,
you're not
if
gonna
you
have.
want to move the whole layout around, doesn't matter to me, but, we'll come in with some options for you, I guess, from the architects. And how Colby described, there's 4, and it sounds like 2 of them is what you'd like to see, but.
Is it
you know,
1 and
what's
4?
the layout right now is like
Probably
there's
one.
basically no impacts to the wetlands, so changing it could greatly increase the impacts to the wetlands, but that would be beneficial perhaps to the wildlife. So,
Wildlife and just, less, I mean, if all your impact is next to your road, none of this impact will be necessary down below. You know, you just essentially just have the impact in the upper part of that picture and none of the impact as far as the road coming from the artist cabin. You wouldn't have the shower area, and you wouldn't have the employee housing there. It would all be up against the road.
To be fair, a lot of that road's already in there.
It's kind of reclaimed itself.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
you know, it's got willows and stuff on it. so,
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, even though.
and then we can also try to write out how many parking spots or where, see if there's any extras that we might not need.
Wes has asked if he could make another comment outside of it, since we don't have a ton of public comment. I'm amenable to that, but I'm not
Sure.
gonna make that comment call without your approval.
I'm up for that.
Peter, you all right with that for brief comment?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to address your discussion on, so you're like something 1 versus 4 of the plan. To me, the irony is, and I've never dealt with Army Corps of Engineer, I don't know where they're coming from, just. Sometimes there's some things that don't make sense to me, because the idea of preserving the wetlands is really about like wildlife and the biodiversity and stuff like that. And to me, like, putting in roads and building that back and forth has much more of an impact on the wildlife than destroying a little bit more of wetland area near the highway. Just logically. So I would love to know what like CPW or MSI, say about that, and that's just my thing.
Yeah, I'm not, when I've dealt with them, it's all been math. X acres, so it's, I agree with you. Yeah.
Logically, that's just my thing.
And that preserves, by just doing it close to the road, it does preserve all your views, because that was pretty impactful looking from up above, seeing these other 2 sites also, so.
Views, which ones?
When you showed that picture of the views of the 3 parking lots, now, yeah, that one. If it was closer to the road, we're not gonna have any of that, I mean, just show it.
We still have to, assuming the parking ratio is the same, let me make this bigger for you.
Okay.
That's as big as I can.
I mean, if it was, we're kind of talking in this area, right, as far as, you're still gonna have a big parking lot right here, but then you've eliminated all of this direction.
Okay, yeah.
You're gonna get rid of, you're gonna make the big parking lot closer to the road, but you've eliminated that parking lot, and this building here, you just moved it to here.
Yeah, but your ability to screen is almost nil. So those are balancing
We're
things, yes.
weighing that balance, you
Yeah.
preserve all this visual from up high. And with seeing visual from both low and high down here, but, and like just, you're preserving the meadow and wetlands from essentially here on, I think that's not a bad idea.
Nope.
I didn't think I'd say that at first, but I like. the
Yeah.
idea. I like the idea of hiding
Yeah.
something, but all of a sudden, it's like, well, what's more important,
Like you said, logically.
I honestly even think, even if it's, if there's not enough space for parking in the building, if. The building site moves closer to the highway and you have additional parking behind it and that other lot behind it, that. Your building kind of screens that other parking. And maybe isn't as impactful as, yeah, sorry.
I hope CDOT's up for letting them use the land on the other side.
So this isn't exactly what we're proposing, but this is the kind of in your face kind of, that's the site too. That's actually the middle site.
That's the middle side, so it's gonna be even closer.
Even closer. And then there's also the CDOT right away, also be a bit of an issue. I know we can park in CDOT right away, but I'm pretty sure we can't build.
Can't build.
No.
And same kind of thing, just the opposite, having the, if
Oh, so it's
it's,
not.
if it's one and
This is the right of way.
yeah.
Can you park and see that right away?
I
You
think
can't
so.
build, but you can park.
I'm pretty sure we're park, and we wouldn't be encroaching too much on it.
Right,
So
it's
I'll
not,
say we have-
it's not like it's right next to the highway.
We have a lot about our visible structures in our land use code, and a lot of that are for residential structures. You're in the economic corridor here, and you're trying to operate a business, and we're gonna be more amenable to seeing structures a little more upfront, close and especially.
But just know, we want to be good neighbors, like I didn't want to build
Sure.
next to Jack, I wanted to stay far away from him, cause it's.
Yeah, but somebody else might have. anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
And you can't expect next to a highway that you have neighbors, right?
Right.
And because you're not having, vehicles traveling back and forth, it might be less impactful for them if it's actually just close to the highway. Than it is. If it's.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you can put everything on lot one as opposed to having the road coming down to the other parking lot, I think that actually probably have less impact.
Two parking lots. Cause there'd be a parking lot in the middle of the parking lot.
And if you examine that, you may come back to us and say that there's no way that this is gonna work. But four is the option, that's what I would like
this, that is.
We worked pretty hard on this. and,
Let us know what you got,
To
you know?
change it at this point is too difficult. I'd ask you guys, you're welcome
Oh,
to
yeah.
ask us to approve four, but I think if we table this to another meeting, I think we have the opportunity to look at a little bit of that option, give a little bit more opportunity to examine the feasibility of those things and then. yeah.
So, before we do that, is there a way to like get it really clear, like what do you guys need to see, from me? Going forward in terms of additional stuff, we've talked about a lot of ideas, so is it? We want to look at the alternate building locations, making sure they're minimizing the parking lot size. At least preliminary outreach to Forest Service and CDOT saying yes, maybe or no, have that info.
Yeah.
And then in terms of sites here, we need this story pole. One additional site, two additional sites, what are you guys thinking?
I think 1 and 4.
Sure.
Okay,
Because, I mean, 3 isn't gonna be that much shift.
3, I think you can kind of take out, there is
Yeah.
an argument for 2 though, that in terms of when you see.
But that gets you pretty close to the, I mean, much closer to the artist cabin there.
I'd prefer to see one, but I'm not gonna outrule that number two might not be. Might be out of the cards for as if we're gonna be more concerned about wildlife impact, we can't be that choosy.
And if we do one that. I'm just trying to think, we build on one, then you've got parking lot. Just immediately adjacent, there's a lot of fill. There. So it would, quadruple the wetlands impact, but maybe that is okay. Okay.
You have enough direction now? you
Is
think?
there
I'm trying to make a list here.
I'm just trying to
for
think
us
if I
here.
had something written, is that possible, or just some notes? Lisa, what do you think? I don't wanna not answer all your guys' questions on this.
We have notes and, then I suppose if you and I have questions, we could ask Willie.
Oh. So maybe we could send you what we think we need to do, and then you can add to it or confirm or whatever.
So, our land use code requires a decision to be made on preliminary, within 45 days of receipt from the planning commission. Would you be willing to waive that deadline, in order to allow, the board, if they so choose, to continue this hearing and explore further?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it's like basically table or continuance, or what's the?
This public hearing to be continued to a later date.
Yeah.
And
Do we need to make a motion to table it for that?
yes, you would.
Yes.
And then, if you do a site visit, then you should do actually, technically speaking, you should continue the hearing to the site visit.
Yes. Yeah,
And then
you're right,
continue the hearing back to.
because the public should be able to show up for the site visit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So if you were gonna take that route, you would do a motion to continue the public hearing and table the application. To further proceedings, including a possible site visit and a later continuation of the public hearing, here.
So moved.
Yeah.
And then, I'm sorry, could you add?
The first three words and then I lost.
Can you add that,
What did you say?
with the directions to the applicant to supplement as provided? With directions to the applicant to supplement as provided,
As provided.
something like that.
So
You got that,
You
right?
just made that motion?
I did.
A second.
Just
Oh.
before we vote, so if there's any further discussion, I kind of have a couple items pointed down here that I want to see if you guys agree with here.
Okay.
Just so, I think we'd like to see a little bit of a parking exploration of alternatives and sizing. Avalanche review on the plan for Mill Creek. Site visit, with some story polls for the commissioners to look at. Exploration of building site alternatives in the Bonanza Way. And some outreach to CPW and Forest Service for wildlife concerns. Does that sound fair?
Right.
All agree.
I didn't have anything else other than that, so. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank
I'm sorry that we can't.
Well,
That we're
big
giving
thing.
you
It's a
some
big
more
deal.
work here.
I
But,
totally said you guys just like hanging out with me. So.
Yeah.
Take it as a compliment.
Yeah, we do really appreciate your thoroughness on this.
Yeah.
And actually, I really appreciate all the public comment and the concerns that the public brought forth to this too. I thought it was really good.
Well, and if the continuation didn't happen today, it would have almost certainly have to have happened at the final.
Sure.
So either way, there was gonna have to
Yeah.
be more information gathering,
Yeah.
so I think it worked out the
Yeah.
same either way.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather do it earlier in the process than we complete the final. All right, we got all this.
Yeah. Good. Thank you.
All right, now that it's 1:20, do we want to break for lunch and come back, or we want
Let's
to push
finish.
through?
Let's finish it off. It's not that bad.
Not that bad.
My buddy used to say, what we eat today, is that tomorrow?
We already did,
Hey.
we already did the assessor's report and the equalization.
Yeah, we don't have much to go.
Okay, all right, we'll keep going. All right, did you guys have any comments here on the treasurer's semi-annual report or the treasurer's report?
No,
We do need a motion to approve the semi-annual report.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to approve the semi-annual report.
I second it.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. County credit cards.
What's going on with that?
I think I've seen your
Broken issues, a couple of things. One. Well, first we need to, close out Louis' credit card and Lindsley's credit card.
There you go.
You need a motion for that?
Well, we can do them all together.
Oh, okay. Oh,
And-
sure.
And then we need to approve a credit card for Alex. And for Rusty.
Okay.
Okay, and then we need to. If you are agreeable to it, increase the credit limit up to 2,500. We're at 2,000 now, but what we're finding out is. When.
It's not enough.
Yeah, no.
It's never enough.
Deanna get up to a conference and.
I'm sure.
She basically a hotel put like a $900.
Yeah.
Credit card.
Card on it, so.
I mean,
Yeah.
does it even need to be,
Pay for dinner.
Doesn't even need to be-
Refuse it, so.
does it even need to be to 5?
I
I mean, in this day and age.
think 25.
Okay.
So, and make a motion to take Lindsay and Lewis off of our credit cards while approving credit cards for Alex and Rusty. And upping our credit limit to 2,500.
Yeah.
I'll second it.
Probably authorizing Austin to sign the.
Sign the bank paperwork.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
All right,
I'll second it.
all in favor?
Aye.
Public comment, if there's any other members of the public who would like to comment on this or any other applications, please go ahead and do so now. Seeing no public comment, we will close public comment and open commissioner and staff reports. Do you guys have any meetings?
No, because it was kind of like 4th of July
Yeah.
and everything like that. We're not going to schedule meetings in July, but you know.
I have one right after this one.
Yeah.
AAA.
Yeah.
I'll keep you guys, like I said, I'll report next meeting.
Yeah, the regional commissioners meeting was, right before the 4th of July, so that got canceled.
Sure.
I don't even think anybody even asked if they were gonna
Sure.
happen. And yeah, just this is that busy time of year where everybody does kind of postpone their meetings, so.
Yeah, I mean, the folks, I scheduled one and 2 people showed up. And I wasn't one of them.
Right, there you go. Just also to let you guys know, I've been playing phone tag with Tucker from the
Oh, good.
Army Corps. We're gonna make contact.
Okay.
I wanna get squared away with him.
Okay.
And let him know our new procedure,
That's
and
good, that's good.
get back in good graces. So, that's all.
When you do get a hold of him and talk to him, if he has any concerns or questions, just feel free to give him my phone number too, in case he can't get a hold of you or Willie or anybody else,
Okay,
I'm not gonna speak for Scott, but Scott might agree to that as well, just so he has all of our, contact information. if he
Sure.
needs
yeah,
it.
sure.
Just that way.
I don't need to be the only
Any
one.
question, he needs to call somebody, he can get a hold of somebody, you're not always in cell phone service and
Nope,
could be something that he really wants to talk to somebody regularly.
yeah.
If
Well,
he feels it's necessary.
Hopefully, we're not going from that end, we're going from this end, we're communicating more with him
Yeah. Mhm.
before we do stuff,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, just let him know, any of the commissioners are, we're all willing to talk to him, if that's what he
Yep.
wants. So, yeah. Any other commissioner staff reports here?
Are you guys okay with the signage out at Combine Tavern.
In the back of the truck.
No, it's just busy. I mean, it's just there's signs everywhere. And there was one of those balloon clown things, you know, where the dancing man, you know, about 20 feet tall there.
Oh, I didn't see
I'd
that.
rather not see the wacky inflatable two-bar man.
Yeah, like the turkey guy,
I
is that?
know, I was on my way to Montrose and there's,
Yeah.
I go, what is this? And then it's gotten really busy. So it's just my own observation. It's busy. And are they allowed all that signage?
Let me, yeah, I think maybe a field trip or, you know, individual field trips.
Yeah, just drive by there. and see
Yeah,
what you
yeah,
got.
I didn't
I'll
realize.
check it out.
I didn't realize that was
It's
happening.
just busy, because you got the fruit stand there now, you got her operation. There's a big sign like this,
Yeah.
just,
Nobody likes to see the turkey guy.
that was, you know, and coming back on another day, it wasn't there, but it was there one day.
Yeah.
Like, nah.
It's okay,
Our code enforcement guys here, so maybe we
exactly.
can bring that up. We might talk at our next meeting about all the signage out of the Columbine Roadhouse and the wacky inflatable arm two man. And stuff, so we may test you with that eventually, but.
The credit cards in there, like that, receipts and credit cards.
Oh, okay.
But I would pretty much guarantee that they're not in compliance with the county sign code. I would almost be certain of that.
Can I sit?
Sure.
Please do.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first start of it,
Yeah,
and then. George knows. All of them know they can go through the process
yeah,
and they know us,
yeah.
just do that and then we'll be good.
We're hoping at our next meeting here to have a meeting with the sheriff here too, and we can talk about speed limits and enforcement and other things we can do to kind of keep people slowing.
Kind of a continuous of County Road two
So kind of
discussion
continuous.
next meeting.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, when they start changing the speed limit, that's a whole nother story. I mean, he presented the other areas where. Primarily by the bridge in Howardsville.
Yeah.
Where they reduced.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense, because there's pedestrians walking across the road to get to that office.
And there's a stop sign and a whole other road that comes in, which is why that was reduced there.
Yeah.
At the request of the sheriff.
Intersection.
We don't have that traffic where he's talking about. I mean, we could down the road, but.
Yeah, because we wanted to follow the 20 speed limit, which they're not.
Where'd we put the stop sign?
The Cunningham Creek Bridge.
Cunningham
Oh, Cunningham.
intersection,
Yeah, it's that
On the main road, we did?
Cunningham, there's
On
a
Cunningham.
stop sign.
On Cunningham, yeah.
Oh, okay, because otherwise I ran it, if it was the other way.
The next one we did was put this.
We did.
We did have a stop, nobody,
That's why I said that, because we had
Summer,
that.
it was not, nobody ever put it out the second summer, nobody said anything about that.
Yeah, so we did, initially there was like a three-way stop there and then it didn't. And
Yeah,
then,
because when you guys brought that up, it's like, I've never stopped there, so.
yeah, I think we did have a discussion about it and we were like, and I think you were like, there's a stop sign.
Yeah.
So, but just that intersection being kind of a busy thing
Well, it is
there, and
busy.
then with the
That makes-
operation there,
That
it was
makes
kind of,
sense.
we decided that trying to slow people down to 10 miles an hour was a better idea.
I think it's a good idea.
And I don't think it's a bad idea further up the road too, we just need to go through the right process, people don't get to decide their own speed limit like they have at the Silton Lakes campground. But that's a town issue, not a county issue.
or sitting in your rocking chair with the air horn.
Like my neighbor does in his alley, in our alley.
And I know it wasn't on the docket, in talking about County Road 2, did you discuss? The bridge and the impact of, in. The property.
We didn't talk about
Curtis?
that, no,
Yeah, okay.
Was that,
different meeting.
did we approve this sketch plan on that property?
Yeah,
So.
no. Yeah, we did. Sketch
So
plan.
we still have to come back with final.
Exactly.
I guess my biggest curiosity is Corps of Engineers, have they said anything?
Well, you know, he's working with it and we don't want to be discussing it.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's.
different meeting, different.
Okay.
I was gonna bring this up for, commissioner and staff reports too, but it's a separate deal, but, the county road and bridge department has been asked to vacate their equipment off of the property on the
Yeah.
north side.
Which is almost related to what we were talking about.
But not.
There's
So, but just as an aside, the county road and bridge folks are gonna have to start moving a bunch of their equipment
Back to here.
to the old
Oh,
county shop
oh,
here.
oh.
If
We
they're
just don't have the
gonna use
room.
that access, so, I was gonna ask you as the road and bridge commissioner that if you run across that guy while you're down there or in.
I can sure,
doing
you want me
stuff.
to contact him?
I just, if there's, you know, some way that we can maybe lease something for him or do some snow removal or work something out and trade for him to be able to continue parking.
Basically what he said. We talked, I.
Oh, you talked to him, okay,
Oh.
all right, okay.
I don't need it.
What, and I talked to Louis about this, before he left, but, basically what he said was, you know, essentially. The 2 dump trucks and the 2 road graders are about halfway on his property.
Sure.
And what he was getting dirt to actually put the property stakes in. And so what I told him was, when you get the stakes in, we'll go down and look at it, and then we've actually got a true line to decide how bad we are or not even.
Yeah.
Pretty well. He said he would be willing to, rent us,
An easement?
basically rent the property for us to use. Or if we didn't wanna rent it, he would ask us to move our equipment off of it.
Okay. When, as you flesh that out, we'll probably need to sign an agreement. and
Is
deal
the
with it.
property for
Okay.
sale?
I don't think so, but we could approach that.
It's an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that would require, you know, subdivision of lots or, you know, boundary adjustments and things like that. That would have to go through the planning
No,
commission.
no, he's got 3 lots there, so it would be just purchasing.
It just
Purchase
purchase
one
one
lot.
lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
That might be worth looking at.
It might be worth looking at, for sure, yes, okay, yeah, so that was actually the only thing that I had for commissioners' reports to bring up is just to address that issue. See if there's any way we could buy our road and bridge department a little bit of time to move stuff around and.
Yeah.
And get stuff. Yeah. Sounds like that's an option, so.
And, you know, Louis was aware and the owner was aware that they were gonna be parking on their property for a while, and it was kind of okay, but then I think Road and Bridge got a little
Aggressive,
greedy.
a little greedy. Okay, all right.
I mean, it's just convenient for them.
Okay.
And, you know, he actually contacted me. Long before we ever got into this process about like, working something out down there, and then. We kind of played some phone tag and then never actually.
But it's been friendly. It's friendly.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah.
By any means,
Adversarial.
I mean, that doesn't mean it couldn't be, but that's, no, he wasn't like,
Okay.
get this off my property now, or,
Right.
you know.
I just figured we all should talk about, you know, what options we had down there, that was, and we did, so that's great.
I don't need to get hold of them.
You have anything else you want?
I may or may not come up, the accident at Stony. I went over Stony this weekend and just noticing, I went over Engineer and Cinnamon, just noticing how rough the roads are. And, you know, worse than usual, and this isn't a blame on anyone, it's the use of them and. You know, and then apparently a fatality this week.
So there was, there.
That's not due to road conditions though.
No, I know, okay, I'm just aware, I'm concerned about, the road conditions affecting people's ability to drive. Or safety and so on.
Just more people, different type of vehicles.
Yeah, too many.
I'm gonna have to, yeah, okay, on these kind of cases, I didn't do the actual accident and I think state patrol is gonna come up So I'll wait for that, but what's happening, these guys are losing their brakes coming down
Right.
with those machines because they don't know that,
Not-
that there's a typical clutch in the belt and you have to give them a little gas
Well,
and
yeah, That's a
right.
weird, that's a weird thing.
it's,
though.
they're not, not getting proper training when they go, they're not strapping in. So
Don't you feel that's like
I
a,
don't think it's not, you can't, if you can't drive on that road, then you shouldn't be on it. I'm almost gonna,
it's like
you
a design error by industry though.
oh, yeah, no.
Because it's counterintuitive to.
Mhm.
It is.
Put the gas down and make it go
It is,
faster.
and,
so that-
and the newer machines, and it won't go after brand names, cause. But they have a transmission and a chain drive, and they have holdback.
Hmm.
The older machines, that I have one, they don't, it's a, and if your the belt actually breaks, you're, it's like putting in a neutral in your brakes only, so it is dangerous. But
Even, like, all the brands are starting to do that with the chain drive, because as far as I'm aware, there's only one. That has the chain drive and the transmission,
Honda.
Honda,
which is what.
yeah, now they're making Polaris
Polaris is
making,
doing better.
yeah.
Okay. It's just, yeah, it's
It's a
those machines aren't designed to drive around our roads, they're designed to go through the desert on.
Or the farm or
Well,
something like that.
farm.
Not-
If you
not
know,
for-
if you know how to drive, you
Not
can
for-
do all
not
right.
for-
You haven't
not for-
driven
But they're
forever.
not designed
You're
necessarily.
riding the brakes on a
Well,
steep hill and, yeah.
Not when you grab somebody from who's never driven one of those roads ever in his life.
Yeah.
You rent or buy a brand new one and you go up there and you're not getting the tutelage you get.
Yeah.
Bingo, it's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
Designer.
And anything else?
I don't think so in the county, everything good down at Cascade Creek and.
So far,
Yeah,
haven't heard any major complaints. Talking more. That shocked me.
So, do we still have one item, which is the
Yep.
executive session?
Executive session.
So,
Yep.
should we do that?
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, next time.
I heard you were buying lunch later.
I'm, with your permission, I would ask for an executive session and I would change it from the agenda after thinking about it. I would ask for an executive session to receive legal advice regarding a specific legal issue that is related to HR. But I think it's close enough to a legal issue that I think it warrants that executive session. And that's 24-6-402. 4 small b. And it's my opinion that the matter is privileged communication between client and attorney, and therefore no minutes or recordings will be kept. Motion for that.
So you have to turn that off.
We have to wait till after the motion.
Need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second
All in favor?
Right?
it. All right.
We'll look this up.